The HOK is the toughest environment. Enter at your own risk is the toughest environment. The HOK is the toughest environment. Stay strong, don't cry, it's the toughest environment. No handouts here, you have to earn your respect. And when you do, you make their ass regret. They call it the toughest. And the title is earned from the bridges we crossed and the lessons we learned. In a cool-blooded kingdom, a concrete cage. Muslims, Christian, Israelites, step on the stage. I dare you, I dare you, I dare you, I dare you. In a cool-blooded kingdom, sa.neter created. HOK, where you can't fake it. The HOK is where you fight back. No room for error, no window attack. It's a master class, how you handle the heat. Where the pedigree is written on the concrete streets. Toughest environment, yeah, we know the score. Locked in on debate and asking for more. The HOK is the toughest environment. You're at your own risk, it's the toughest environment. The HOK is the toughest environment. Stay strong, don't cry, it's the toughest environment.
Yeah. You already know what it is. I see the arrows up in the building. I see the arrows are up in the building. Okay. Shalom. Hotep, peace, family. Peace, OG Sa. All right, listen, I'm definitely gonna be dealing with that maybe tomorrow. We gotta deal with the natives. We gotta deal with that. We are indigenous to this land. For real. And you know what? Better late than never. Even though I found out late, better late than never. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to say a lot of things that's going to hurt some people. I'm going to say a lot of things that's going to hurt some people, man. You hear me, Brother La? I'm going to say some things that's going to hurt a lot of people. Like my brother, Dr. Reggie, my brother, Unc, maybe Brother La. Because I've been doing research this weekend. First of all, let me say Happy New Year to everybody out there who celebrate New Year's. Happy New Year to y'all. And I wish y'all safe and, happy holidays. But I'm going to say some things that's going to hurt a lot of people, a lot of fans. All I'm going to tell you right now is study who you really are. Because the African slave trade, the story that they gave us, is really not real. It's not real. They lied to us. And Unc and Garfield, and they always talking about this pseudo crap and this pseudo stuff. They the biggest pseudos because they say that we wasn't here before Christopher Columbus. We was here. My grandfather was here. Facts. My grandpa was here, and his father was here, and his mother was here. So that's crap. And I'm just glad I found out better late than never. That's all I'm gonna tell you. And we're gonna go in on that. We gotta show and prove it as well. You know? So are we Africans? Woo, that's that right there. When you say you're not African, or if I say I'm not African, I'm not African American. That's not saying you hate Africa. That's not saying you hate the Africans. Why do when you say, "Oh, I'm not African," because I was guilty of it. Oh, you hate yourself. You hate yourself. Now that I'm in this position, now I can see where I'm saying I don't hate myself, but sometimes you got to tell the truth. Are we really African? I'm going to speak for me. Y'all will find out later. Am I really African? And I named my daughter Africa. You know, I'm not taking that back. I love her. I love that name for her. I can't take that back. He's 22 years old. You know? But better late than never. That's all I'm gonna tell you, man. It's better late than never. So we really got to go in on that because I've been finding out a lot of stuff secretly, y'all. So I know Unc, Dr. Reggie gonna be mad. We was arguing with these dudes talking about, yo, you pretendians and all this stuff. Nah, man, we are indigenous to this land, bro. We are. And if you're mad about it, then be mad about it. You'll learn. I just hope it don't be late like me. Like, damn, I'm 62 right now. If I would have knew this when I was out on the street on 125th, I would have been going in on it. You know? So I'm waiting on my man Ashe to come in the building. The link is pinned at the top, Ashe. All right, there you go. So y'all already see what's going on. Plagiarization of the Bible from texts, Sumerian, Babylonian, Cannanites, and the Egyptian. This right here, man, I think, y'all better be ready for this. This gonna be fire. This gonna be fire right here, because this brother right here, he documents it all. Oh, I gotta get that. I gotta get the presentation. Damn, let me get that ready. Let me get the presentation ready.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is gonna be a good joint right here. Say something, brother. What's happening, man? What motivated you to do this right here?
You know, I got a problem, brother, with fake history.
Uh-huh.
And what I noticed was that when it came down to the Hebraic narrative, they developed this pseudo narrative and they make it seem as it's exclusive. So I would have conversations with Hebrew brothers and they would say things like Hebrew was the language of creation. And, they would say Adam was the first man and Adam was related to Abraham. And Abraham, of course, is related to Israel. And they give this pseudo lineage for the whole entire world. So on my quest, just debunking that and my quest for the truth, I found out that they were just drawing from older Semitic stories without giving them no credit at all. Calling these other people's pagans, calling these people heathens. I'm actually demonizing these people, entire cultures, when they're actually drawing on the very own culture itself.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a problem for me. And it's also always good to try to put this stuff in its historical lens as well. Let's see what's going on historically dealing with theology, not just what they want to believe, what they want to accept.
Right. All right, man. So let the people know. Are you ready?
Oh yeah, I'm ready, brother. Let's do it.
All right. Here's your first slide.
Let's go into it. I need you to go into them. Let's get them blown up a little bit. Side, you got to zoom in on them a little bit.
That's the only thing I don't know how to do.
Okay, just click it.
I don't know how to do it on this Mac.
Just click the slide itself.
I see it good. I see it real good, nice and clear.
Yeah, because you got the presentation. I ain't got the presentation. I would have to leave.
I'm looking at it on the stream, y'all. Yeah, and it's coming out nice. Let me see how it look. Oh, it look good on the YouTube too. You probably on the phone.
Okay, no doubt about it. We can probably, yeah, I'm on my phone. We can run it like this though.
That's why.
But we can run it just like this. Plagiarization in the Bible from the text. Sumerian, Babylonian, Cannanite, Egyptian, and more. We go prove this is a scam Bible. Let's run it. You can go to the next slide, sir.
Oh, you ain't hear me. I said, if you could tell me how to put it on full screen, it'd be on the full screen where we don't have the sides over here. It'll be covering the full screen. How do I do that?
You gotta let me look at your layout. It should be something up there that say show. It should give you a slideshow. Okay, slideshow. Go to slideshow up there, top right, right next to share. Top right, slideshow. I always go try to make us exit full screen. And if we can't do the slideshow, we can just run it. We can just run it all the way down.
I would look.
We ain't got nothing.
Oh man, it was big on my joint. It was big on my screen.
But it ain't give us nothing.
Oh man. Okay, hold on. Let me see something. Okay. All right, we'll just go to the next joint. Let's get it.
All right. Dates of interest. Let's look at the dates of the spiritual texts themselves. So we got the Codex Sinaiticus, 4th century AD. We got the oldest reading of the Torah, according to the Britannica, which will be in 622 BCE by King Hezekiah of Judah. We have the Enuma Elish going back to 1200 BCE. The Astrahasis going back to, 1700 BCE. We got the Eridu Genesis taking us back to 2500 BCE. I won't go into the Scandinavian today. We have the Epic of Gilgamesh dated to 2150 BCE. The cylinder seals of the Sumerians, that's going to 2350 BCE. And then we have the eldest oral tradition regarding the flood, which will be the Taurus flood, which will be 1450 BCE. And then we have cuneiform dating back to all the way back to 3400 BCE as a style of writing. The earliest Hebrew inscription dated will only be about 10th century BCE. So let's go to the next slide, brother. What is plagiarization? Plagiarization, by definition, plagiarization is the act of presenting someone else's work, whether it be words, ideas, or intellectual property, at your own without proper attribution or acknowledgement. It's considered a form of intellectual theft in a violation of academic and professional integrity. Today we gonna be dealing with mosaic plagiarism, also called patch writing. It's academically dishonest. Borrowing where you it's so hard to read it, because it's so small. And you muted too. We need some type of okay, yeah, that right up, that magnifying glass top left.
No, it ain't doing that.
Yeah, I can usually just okay, you know what? I can zoom in myself. Don't even worry about it. Cool.
Nah, you should you gotta invest in a computer, brother.
Yeah, no, it's good. I can zoom in on my phone. I didn't even know I could zoom in on the StreamYard like this. So okay. Mosaic plagiarism, also called patch writing, is academically dishonest, borrowing where you mix phrases, clauses, and sentences from various sources into your work, making minor word changes, synonyms, but keeping the original structure and meaning. Let's get to the next one, brother. A stolen myth. Let's start with the flood. The flood in itself, in Genesis, is a stolen story. You would think that the way that they lay it out, God was upset with the world. This is all supposed to be in better shape in the beginning, they say. Mm-hmm. So it shouldn't be nothing coming before this. It shouldn't be no stories of no flood and no reset. This should be the reset. This is the one that they say. But only to find out that it's stolen. They God ain't even the God that's responsible for the flood. So let's read it. A stolen flood myth. Noah is Atrahasis. The oldest known copy of the Epic of Atrahasis, a Mesopotamian flood story, dates to the reign of Amni Saduqa. This is 646 to 626 BC. But fragments of the epic exist from earlier periods, with the most complete version dated to around 1650 BCE. While the oldest known biblical Genesis story only takes us to 6 BCE. That's a problem. Rabbinic writings state that the oral Torah was given to Moses at Mount Sinai, which according to the tradition of Orthodox Judaism occurred in 1312 BCE. Some would even go as far as 1450. These are for the believers. Even then, we have this date going back, predating the oldest reading of the Torah. So let's we can go to the next one, brother. A flood story, page 2. Both of these stories, they feature a divine decision to wipe out humanity through a flood, though the reasons vary. In the Astrahasis, The gods are angered by the noise and the overpopulation of the humans, while in the biblical story, the flood is punishment for humanity's wickedness. In both narratives, there's a single righteous individual, and he's warned by a god or a group of gods like the Elohim about the impending flood and is instructed to build a large vessel to save themselves, their family, and the animals. And we also see the preservation of humanity and the animals. Both Wssr and Noah are tasked with saving their families and the selection of animals, ensuring the continuation of life after the flood. And they also both give a sacrifice. Let's see this. Sacrifice after the flood. After the flood recedes, both Wssr and Noah offer sacrifices to the gods or the god as a gesture of gratitude and reconciliation. Wssr in the Sumerian, he says, it reads, the name Wssr, meaning exceedingly wise, is the name of the protagonist in the Wssr's epic and Mesopotamian flood story. In Genesis 8 and 7, we see Noah sends out a dove and a raven to search for the dry land. In the Wssr's epic and Mesopotamian flood story, after the flood waters recede, Wssr releases a dove, a swallow, and then a raven to check for the dry land, with the raven's failure to return indicating the presence of the land. This same occurrence happened in the Bible, word for word, without the swallow. Let's go to the next one, brother.
All right. Hey, I want to let you know that Apostle is watching, so he might be coming after you after this, man.
The Apostle don't want none of this. He don't even. hey, a man who don't study Semitic language. This way up out of his pay grade, bro. He threw.
All right.
So let's get on their garden. So they even took the garden myth. So they took this from Enki, Ninersag, and Ninti. The Sumerian myth of Enki and Ninersag tells of the God's creation of humanity. Well, Enki, the god of wisdom and water, and Ninersag, the mother goddess, work together to bring forth life. Now you see how that makes sense? Hold on. That makes sense.
Do that again. Take it back. Find that.
This is where Enki, the god of wisdom and water, and Ninersag, the mother goddess, work together to bring forth life. That makes so much sense. These guys accept the fact that there's a man. They say, our God is a man of war. It's a he, it's a father, a Abba. But yet he just creates all alone. And every single time that we even dare try to associate him with a woman, you would think that we was calling the God a woman. Right. We like, no, he had to probably have a consort. Maybe, oh no, that's blasphemous. That's heathenous. That's what that makes sense. That makes sense. And then they turn around and say he made one male and female in his image. That makes no sense at all. But when you put it in its primordial setting, where they got it from, now it starts to click. A man and a woman bring forth life, not just some male. So let's get back into it. They work together to bring forth life, but their actions lead to both creation and suffering. The story takes place in the paradise of Dilmun, where Ninersag, the goddess of fertility and the divine midwife, is resting after her part in creation. Now it's funny that that's what they boy did. That's why they take that Sabbath on that day of rest. So they even took the Sabbath from her. Enki and Ninersag, along with her own birth goddesses, create humans from clay in the Abzu, which will be the water, to create the burdens of the gods. Enki, in his role as creator, sometimes acts recklessly, leading to both creation and suffering. For example, when Enki consumes forbidden plants from Ninersag garden, he becomes ill, and Ninersag, moved by compassion, gives birth to 8 deities to heal them. What's very vital about her just giving birth to those 8 deities was that this also showed that there was no birth pain in her garden. This is where they, out of nowhere, within the curse of Eve, they say, into the woman, she will have birth pain. But if she was the first woman and they didn't have children yet, why would you say she would have birth pain? Why would this law even come about? But you see that there was a time where women was giving birth with no birth pain. Next slide, brother. Stolen Garden Story Part 2. In the Sumerian myth, Enki and Ninersag, also in Ninti, also known as the Lady of the Rib or the Lady who makes life, this is where they get Eve or Hawa from, is one of the 8 deities created by Ninhursag to heal Enki's rib after he ate forbidden flowers and was cursed. Ninti is specifically tasked with healing Enki's rib. This is also where the rib epithet is coming from. Oh, when the woman came out of man's rib. This is where the rib operation stems from. Ninti is specifically tasked with healing Enki's rib, which is why she is named Lady of the Rib. This is in Cylinder Seal, dating back to 7600 BCE.
Hold up, man. Damn, you going in on this right here, bro. I don't know how they could get out of this because you showing the story before the Bible.
Yeah.
Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry to cut you off. Go ahead, brother.
Oh, yeah, but they threw. They can't defend this one. Let's go to Astrahasis, the birth of the goddesses without pain or travail. In the Enki and Ninhursag myth is reminiscent of the curse against Eve that she would conceive and bear children in sorrow. That's what I already said. See, we see it right here with the whole healing and her giving birth right here. That's old Ninhursag. That's from the Cylinder Scroll itself. Next scroll, next slide, brother. Let's look at another piece of the garden myth that they stole. See, they just taking bits and pieces and just tying it all into one amalgamation, acting like they got a grand work.
Right.
Now you would think right here, if I showed you this, you would think this is some type of maybe Eve or something like that.
Right.
This is Ainena and her halupu tree. That's the Anzu bird, and that's the serpent coiled around it. And Lilith, for some reason, ain't there. But let's go into it. Ainena and the halupu tree. Ainena, the goddess of love and war, found her tree, and she cared to her sacred garden. Here to go to garden again, but this is her garden. But as the years passed, dark forces took root within its branches. A serpent coiled around its roots. The mighty Anzu bird nested in its branches, and Lilith, a phantom maiden, made her home in its trunk. No magic could drive them away, and Ainena wept in despair. She sought help from her twin brother Utu, the sun god, but he turned away. Desperate, she turned to Gilgamesh, the great hero of Uruk. This source is coming from the Epic of Gilgamesh, Tablet 12. Let's keep going.
Wow, so the Bible is scamming. All these years, the Bible been scamming.
Just take it. So let's see. The Hebrew Ziz. I bet you these Hebrews don't even know about the Ziz.
Oh,
the
right.
Hebrews, The Hebrew Ziz in the Sumerian Anzu. Let's make this first parallel. The Anzu bird, half lion, half eagle, sometimes, had been a mainstay of cuneiform culture from at least the 3rd millennium BCE. He appears in Sumerian literary works as a wild creature of the mountains. He can also be tamed by the god. When you go to the Hebrew, first Enoch, they feature the Leviathan, the sea monster with Behemoth, and the land monster and the Ziz in the air. And on that day, there were 2 monsters parted, a female monster named Leviathan to dwell in the abysses of the ocean over the fountains of the waters, but the male is named Behemoth, who occupied with the breast and the waist in the wilderness in Dudan. This is in Enoch 67 and 8. There's a mention of the Anzu as well, but I think that will be in Psalms. Next slide, I might have it. Okay, we got right to Lilith. We can come back to the Anzu if they want that. Lilith, the Phantom of the Trump. Now, this is not directly biblical, but this is extra biblical, and it exists within their temple works. Now, Lilith sometimes is seen as the first creation before Eve. Sometimes some say she's the original wife of Adam. Some say she was created before Adam. But whenever, it always equates to her being demonized and her being some type of demon or some type of night creature, etc. So right here we see Lilith. Lilith, the Phantom of the Trunk. Within the tree's trunk, hollow trunk, Lilith made her home. She was a shadow, a phantom, a spirit of desolation. She laughed in the darkness, untouched by Ainena's sorrow. This was her refuge, a place beyond the reach of gods and men. But when Gilgamesh took up his axe, her home was no longer safe. She fled into the wilderness, disappearing into the desolate places where no light could follow. Now let's see who she is in the Hebraic thought. Lilith, a female demonic figure of Jewish folklore. Her name and personality are thought to be derived from the class of Mesopotamian demons called Lilu, and then you have the feminine Lilitu. And the name is usually translated as a night monster. In the rabbinic literature, Lilith is variously depicted as the mother of Adam's demonic offspring following his separation from Eve, or as his first wife. Also, Isaiah 34:14, the word screech owl is hiding the word Lilith directly in the Bible. So Lilith does exist within the Bible, and that will be Unconcordinates age 39:17. Source upon this information on the left about Lilith is coming straight from Britannica. The topic will be Lilith. Next slide, brother. This is where it gets funny and good. Now let's go to Esther and Ishtar. This is by Martha Shelley, the Abisu Publications, 2015. She going in about the holiday that they celebrate called Purim. The Hebrews, Israelites, they also celebrate Purim. I didn't know this. Purim has been called the Jewish Halloween. In its origins, however, this is her word, I say. So this is quotes. I say it was more like a carnival. On Purim, Jews in various countries dress up in costumes. They get drunk and they put on plays. They sing, they parade, they burn effigies of Haman, the traditional enemy. That would be Ammon, if you would, and eat little triangular filled cakes. Central to the holiday is a reading of the book of Esther. They always do it. That was the 6th century BCE when the Hebrews were captive in Babylon. The Hebrews naturally adopted many Babylonian customs. The Babylonian calendar was easily accepted and still used for religious observances. Their New Year celebration was more of a threat for the Hebrew priests. It consisted of a 10-day carnival during which the people drank, feasted, staged processions, and had sex with people other than their own spouses. The king during this festival was stripped of his insignia and humiliated to remind him that he was under the grace of the deity Ishtar, who was their great goddess. Some of the exiles must have joined the party and assimilated. Eventually, I believe, the Hebrew priests came up with the solution. They gave us a 2-day holiday in place of the 10-day carnival. They gave us the human queen Esther instead of Ishtar, her uncle Mordecai instead of the Babylonian god Marduk. They commanded the people to drink themselves silly but not pour libation to foreign gods. Fornication remained a no-no, and we got those little cakes filled with poppy seeds or fruit preserves, little vulva-shaped cakes. And if you know anything about the code of Inanna and Ishtar worship, it was all yoni worship. Here you see on the right that the yoni is highlighted in the ancient pictograph. And this is one of the cakes that they eat at Purim.
Wow. Next slide.
Yes, sir. Esther and Ishtar, page 2. Inanna, or Ishtar, had a very peculiar set of followers, including her priests, Asinu and Kurgaru, who were famous for transgressing gender norms. And some of her more extreme followers would even volunteer themselves to be eunuchs. For our more adult watchers, they know what a eunuch is. It should thus come as no surprise that Esther is a story that comes and elevates a number of eunuch characters, ascribes feminine and non-binary traits to the heroic Mordecai, and imagine its heroine as sexual and daring. Purim's long-standing tradition of cross-dressing and flamboyant costume has a rich history. So Jews across the world on Purim, they literally dress up to be the other, if you would. Men dress up as women, women dress up as men. Next slide. Let's go to, they even stole the Christ story. They can't do nothing right. They can't even go into the New Testament and get it right. They still stealing. They took this directly from Inanna's descent. Let's start with the first part of the myth. Inanna and Jesus both to travel to a big city where they are arrested by soldiers, put on trial, convicted, and then sentenced to death, stripped of their clothes, tortured, hung up on the stakes and the hook in the case of Inanna, and they die. Both Inanna and Christ are resurrected in the name of their father, for it was Enki who sent for Inanna. They both had disciples, for it was Inanna's disciples who came to get her from the underworld. They both were crucified and left to hang for 3 days and 3 nights. Both stories also suggest a sacrifice. For I always say, Christ was the sacrificial lamb. He was the sacrifice for the world. But you see in the case of its original saying there was a real sacrifice.
Right.
Both stories also suggest a sacrifice for it was Inanna's lover, Damuzi, sometimes called Tammuz, who took her place in underworld half the year, and his sister, who was Geshti Nana, whom stayed the other half the year, so that Damuzi or Tammuz could spend time with the now resurrected Inanna. It's
Yeah,
real sacrifice.
I suggest that you Hebrews that's watching this, please don't even respond. Just try to let it die out. Because if you try to respond, you're going to dig yourself a big hole, man. Let it die out, man.
Trust me. Next slide. Let's get it. Mordecai. Hey, this one hilarious, man. Mordecai displaying traits of Ishtar's transsexual cult. It's crazy. Watch this. Mordecai, this is coming from the Midrash. Mordecai nursed Esther himself. A Midrash, land of Israel, 5th century CE passage. It reads, like the passage from Bereshit Rabbah, where the rabbis present the first human as a multi-sex being. The first human, this is what the rabbis say. This is, the Rabbonis, the teachers. They present the first human being as a multi-sex being. This section of Bereshit Rabbah presents Mordecai, a central figure in the book of Esther, as transgressing or surpassing the standard restrictions of a gender body. Here, they expand on the teaching that attributes the qualities of feeding and sustaining to a number of biblical characters. Rabbi Yudin suggests that in Mordecai's case, he literally nursed Esther himself, presumably drawing on Esther 2 and 7. Mordecai brought up Hadassah, that is Esther. A teaching of Rabbi Eleazar goes even further, emphasizing the unique physicality of Mordecai's body that enabled him to nurse Esther. Let's see what he said. The Midrash then records that when one rabbi taught Eleazar's teaching publicly, he was laughed at by the audience, but he defended his interpretation by referring to a halakhic statement made in the Mishnah to the effect that milk produced by a man, for whatever reason or whatsoever process, is still somehow kosher. Thus, even seemingly disrupted bodies and natures can still be made understandable by the rabbinic legal system. Indeed, an actual occurrence of male nursing appears elsewhere in the Talmud as well, in the Shabbat 53b, page 34 through 35. Now, the reason I got this right here, because everybody remember First Sunday, and they remember in the parlor scene in the beginning when they was getting the massage. Now, after everything we just read about Mordecai, even whoever wrote the script even knew that it was something funny about Mordecai, because when they was getting the massage and the transgender man whispered the name of who he was into their ear, he said the name Mordecai, just like the boy that the rabbis are referring to as a man who has some hyper ability to breastfeed a child. This is crazy. Let's keep going. Stolen Christ story taken from my nana. We going back. We need to go down. Okay, crucifixion versus Inanna in the underworld. So see, we see right here that she hung up on the hook that I was referring to with the Inanna stealing from Jesus. And we see that in Matthew 4:19, the fisher, they follow me and I will make you the fishers of men. This is where they get the whole idea of hooked on Jesus. When you see the fish on people back of people's license plates, you know that they're dealing with Jesus, dealing with the hook. But that hook is the hook that Inanna was hung up on for her 3 days, her 3-day crucifixion. It's the same one. Wow. And then you see your boy over here on the right, taken from the woman. And if you ask me personally, that's why when we get those images of the blonde hair, blue-eyed beast, it always looks slightly asexual, like it ain't all the way masculine, because they know that they drawing on a feminine story. Let's get to the next slide, brother.
This is crazy.
Let's go to another stolen practice, casting lots. In the Old Testament, the practice of casting lots is seen in the Old Testament, particularly in connection with the division of lands under Joshua. Joshua chapters 14 to 21 in the selection of the priests and their duties in the temples. First Chronicles 24 through 5, 31, 25 through 8, 9, 26, chapter 26, verse 13 to 14. And you see the ancient Sumerian, Babylonian mythology, the Anunnaki, a group of deities, were believed to decree the fates of humanity, and the casting of lots was a method to determine their will or to divide the responsibilities. Though it's not directly linked to the Anunnaki in specific, it's documented in this way. We also see that the Norse rune casting is also similar to what they are also pulling on far as the casting of lots. This is not a biblical exclusive. This was a Semitic, actually, outside of the Norse. When we come back over here to the Babylonian and Mesopotamian, this was Semitic norm to use, like, to cast lots. It was almost like shooting dice. It was depending on luck, which is kind of funny when you think about it, because if it's about God and God has the final say so, why are we casting lots? Pulling straws, shooting dice. That's the equivalent. Taking gambles. Let's go to the next slide. Let's see where they get their script from, because this is the part that really kind of bothered me. Nimrod, son of Cush. Let's go to Genesis 10:10, because if you understand that Hebrew, far as a Semitic language, it has no authority in the family. It's a little brother, maybe a grandchild, actually, when it comes to the Akkadian and the Babylonian and the cuneiform writing that they was dealing with on the stone. This stuff predates that stuff by thousands of years, if you would. Now, when we get to talking about the way the Bible lays it out, watch how foolish and anachronistic the Bible is. Let's go to Genesis 10:10. The beginning of his kingdom was Babel. This is regarding Nimrod. Was Babel, Uruk, Erech in the Bible, Akkad, which would be Acadia, and Cannanite, in the land of Shinar. This verse is part of the Table of Nations in Genesis 10, which lists the descendants of Noah's sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. It describes the origin of Nimrod's kingdom, specifically the cities of Babylon, Uruk, and Akkad, and Cannanite in the land of Shinar. Uruk was home to the proto-cuneiform. So now what they admitted on a historical level is that if there was no Nimrod and his people with the establishments of these lands and the customs that came with these lands, which would have been their writing system and their language, the Hebrews wouldn't even be able to talk. They wouldn't have been able to compile the Torah according to history. So I just don't make no sense at all. That's why you need to just put it in its pan-Semitic form so it can actually be understood, and they will stop looking so foolish. Let's go to the right side of what's going on. Akkadians and both Assyrians of south derived directly from Akkad. Side note, in the Middle East is also Cushite land. For that land, including Ethiopia, was the land of the son of Cush, whose name was Seba. But the funny part about this also is that guys like Apostle say that the language came from Eber. Eber is Eber Yah, and Eber gave them a language, and the word Hebrew comes from Eber and all this foolish stuff. But that's kind of impossible, because even when we looking at who's coming up with all of this stuff, it's all Hamitic. It's not these ain't no Shemitic people. Nimrod is according to them, an African, a Hamite, because his father is Cush. Next slide, please, brother. The Canaanite connection. Proto-Canaanite language. Now, according to Bible Archaeology Society Library, the earliest alphabet from which all other alphabets in the world are derived was invented in Canaan in the late 18th or 17th century BCE. Remember, we're talking about alphabets. This alphabet consisting of pictograph is referred to by scholars as the Proto-Canaanite alphabet, not Proto-Hebrew. Stop saying that, because this is the Proto-Canaanite, which would be Phoenician Canaanite, not Proto-Hebrew. So let's look what the source says. This is what I put directly from the Bible Archaeology. This is what the Bible scholars say. We got the phonetic value, of course, what we deal with today, schematic forms. So let's look at what we have. You see the ox head, which looks just like what we have in Kemet as well. These are nothing more than the pictographs that the Commissions deal with. Literally, they taken that as well. So it's all Hermetic. So let's go to the next slide. Let's go to the understanding the language. For the guys who say things like it's not L, it's all, or you need to say it this particular way with the vowels, when there's no strict vowel. Let's understand the aleph. The aleph can sound like a vowel. It can make a E, I, O, or a U, or it can just be silent. You can see aleph in many words, such as ahava, meaning love, el, meaning God, and or meaning light. The source will be the Shabbat.org, the topic, the aleph. Next slide, brother. Let's try to rip through these a little bit. Right here, very unique right here. The aleph in its Hermetic history. So right here on the far right, you see the pictographs of the ox head. They say that this represents the Abba. This represents headship, being yoked, being taught, representing strength, representing power. On the far right, we see that we have its forms. We see the earliest form is the Egyptian style, going back to about 3000 BC. And then they got the middle style, the middle time frame, which would be the Sinaitic, which is still in Egypt though. Sinai is in Egypt, which is about 1050 BC. Then you get the Phoenician style aleph, where it's slanted to the side like a sideways A. Then the Greek alpha is like a flag, and then we get the Roman A, of course. So this is the history of the aleph over here on the right, and actually where it comes from. So even that word, that ox head that they used to say Abaya, that come from Kemet. No Commissions, no Abaya. Let's look at the bull epithet, because this is going to be key to the rest of the build when we actually dealing with chiefship and chieftains, because you're going to see that a lot of these chief deities, they always take on a bull epithet. So and right here at the top in the gold, you see that that's the Sumerian religion regarding Marduk being the bull of Utu. You're going to see right here, Wssr, he was the Apis bull. And then of course we dealing with this will be El. No, this will be Baal wearing the Atep crown. I apologize. Next slide. Marduk, El, Baal, Bel, and the Most High of the Bible are all the Elyon. Who is Marduk? Let's step right into that. In Mesopotamian religion, the chief god of the city of Babylon and the national god of Babylonia, as such, he was eventually called simply Bel, or Lord. Originally, he seems to have been the god of thunderstorms. A poem known as Enuma Elish that we went over earlier, dating from the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, going back to 1119 through 1098 BCE, relates Marduk's rise to such prominence that he was the god of 50 names, each one that of a deity or of a divine attribute. Hence, the God of the Bible even goes by many names. The Elyon of the Bible, I apologize. Sources would be Britannica, and the topic would just be Marduk for this information. Next slide. Let's go into the struggle for Elyon, aka the High God. El is the head of the pantheon, father of the gods, and often called Elyon, Most High. Let's talk about El. In Genesis 14:18-20, it refers to Elyon, El Elyon, in Melchizedek's blessing. Blessed be El Elyon, possessor of the heaven and the earth. Then we see Baal as a contestant. Baal's role. Baal, the storm god, the young warrior, ambitious and aggressive. He wants power and territory. In Israelite texts, Baal is consistently a rival deity for a legion. Israelite prophets depict Yahuwah as triumphant over Baal in 1 Kings 18, when Elijah literally goes against the prophets of Baal, and they have a debate, if you would. Next slide. The struggle part 3. And it's also funny that hints that Israel means struggle of El by definition, flat out. So let's look at what Yahuwah got going on, because he called himself being a Johnny come lately. He's kind of new on the scene. Yahuwah as the new warrior king. Yahuwah, he absorbs traits of the storm god Baal. He fights cosmic enemies like Ra'ah, which would be the seas and chaos, remnants of Baal's battles with the Ugaritic myth. We're going to go into that. In Psalms 89 and 9, you see him. Check him out. You rule the raging of the sea when its waves rise. You still them. He's playing the role of the storm god. Isaiah 51 and 9 and 10 references Yahuwah defeating Rahab and Leviathan, echoing Baal's exact combat myth. Let's keep going. We go get all into that. Who is Baal? We go over all of them. Baal. We go cover El, and we're going to also cover up Yahu, like we just did. Who is Baal? In the Ugaritic and Hebrew, Baal.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but I think you ran my boy off, man. He don't even come up no more. I'm talking about my man Yara, man. That was my partner, Yara. They called him the Black Sage. I think I was a little bit too hard on him with the teachings, and then you coming along and then you clamping down on it. I think he ran away, man. I hope he comes back.
I want to see Yara, because I want to ask him about a statement he made. He said that he said the Israelites worship the moon. So I really want to ask him about that when I see him.
All right, go ahead. Sorry to cut you off, brother.
No, we good, brother.
I just see him in the chat. That's all. Go ahead.
Who is Baal?
Now he hides out in the chat. He don't come on no more.
Who is Baal? In the Ugaritic and the Hebrew, Baal's epithet as the storm god was he who rides on the cloud. In the Phoenician, he was called Baal Shaman, Lord of the heaven. Well, you got to understand, this is in the Ugaritic predates the Bible. In the formative stages of Israel's history, the presence of Baal's name did not necessarily mean an apostasy or even a syncretism. The judge Gideon was also named Jerubbaal in Judges 6:32. In King Saul, they always talk about the boy Jonathan, but they'll never talk about his other son, Ishbaal. This is in 1 Chronicles 8:33. For the early Hebrews, Baal designated the Lord of Israel, just as Baal far north designated the Lord of Lebanon or the Ugaritic, what made the very name Baal anathema, which would mean like a problem for them, to the Israelites, was the program of Jezebel. In the 19th century BCE, she tried to introduce into Israel her Phoenician code of Baal in opposition to the official worship of Yahu. This happens in 1 Kings 18. By the time of Prophet Hosea in the mid-8th century BCE, the antagonism to Baalism was so strong that the use of the term Baal was often replaced by the contemptuous Bashet, which means shame. And compound proper names, for example, Ishbashet replaced the earlier name for that was Ishbaal. So what that means is that in the earlier Hebrew, in its earlier forms, in the earlier texts, they ain't got a problem with letting you know that Baal around, that Baal get worshiped. But once Jezebel was like, nah, we finna worship Baal alone, and we finna put Yahuwah and all that, we finna put that down. That's when the Hebrew Israelites like, nah, we go stand up for our God. You know, so now Baal, anybody with that name is shameful, disgraceful. So if you got the name Baal, we go put Bashet on your name, and that's go make your name mean shame. Next slide. Who is Baal, anyways? Paste. At the Ebla tablet, Tel-Mardik in Syria, the three chief deities. Now, this is going back to the conversation I was also having with Nepal and King J and them when they were trying to tell me that Baal is just always a child of El. And I was like, that's not true. But for some reason, they were just so gun-ho on that being true. I guess we don't dig deeper. So when you look at Ebla in Tel-Mardik in Syria, the three chief deities are El, at the same time Il, Dagon, god of grain, and three, Hadad or Adu, which is a cognitive way of saying it, which will later become Baal, the deity. We see no hierarchical system in play yet. This is in the Ebla tablets. Let's go to the next slide.
You might want to read on the screen. Can you see it? Can you see what Yara is saying?
Israelite worship the moon, idolatry, 2 Kings. Okay, brother. No problem. I appreciate that that confirmation. Baal is Hadad, old Babylonian and Amorite. In the West Amorite, I apologize. This is going back to 2000 to 1600 BCE. At this time, Hadad, who will become Baal worship, has clearly surpassed El worship on the observatory level. This is why you don't see the deities named like El Marduk, El. They don't use that. They use N's actually. En Marduk, Enlil, Enki. They use En to designate lordship. The whole El thing is dying because Baal is rising. They have clearly surpassed El worship on the observative level. The storm god Hadad is being widely worshipped. Even the kings themselves begin to take on this early epithet as a venerated title. We see Hadadezer, Adad Idri, the king of Zabak. This is in 10th century, in the 9th century BCE, the enemy of David. In 2 Samuel 8, his name means Hadad is help. So they mention in early epithet of Baal, Hadad of Edom. This is the Edomite king in Genesis 36, 32 through 35. Hadad, son of Bedad, who defeated Midian and Moab. Here the king bears the god's names directly, suggesting either identification with the god or the ruler under his embodiment. In the Baal cycle, the Ugarit KTU 1.2 through 1.4, that Baal rose. It states that Baal rose to supreme kingship over all the gods, including El. Next slide. Now, who is El? El, don't get me wrong. Now, this is for the brother Kazak, because he had a strong case for this, even though I disagree with him. It is the general term for deity in Semitic languages, as well as the name of the chief deity of the West Semites. In the ancient text from the Ras Shamra, ancient Ugarit in Syria, El was described as the titular head of the pantheon, husband of Asherah, and father of all the other gods except for Baal. His most common epithet was the bull, but he was also sometimes called the creator and possessor of heaven and earth. Now, don't that sound familiar? Below, we see Baal, who I would sometimes call Marduk, and on the left, the Cannanite El on the right. Clearly, I wouldn't say they're the same deity. This is from an older debate, this side on the right. But next slide. Now, Baal and El references in the Bible. Now we see El Shaddai, the mighty God, El Elyon, God the Most High. This is mentioned in Genesis 14:20. Melchizedek, king of Salem and priest of God Most High, blesses Abram and says, "Blessed be Abram by God the Most High, possessor of heaven and earth, and blessed be the Most High, who has delivered your enemies into your hand." Right there, he's never saying Yahuwah. He's saying El, and he's saying El Elyon. That's what he's saying. So he's drawing on those early epithets and that early parallel all the way down to the saying. And on the right, we see the Baal usage. So we see Baal. What is Baal? We see Baal Barif, Lord of the Covenant, Baal Hazor, the Lord's village, and we see Baal Peor, Lord of the Gap. These are all mentioned in your biblical text. Next slide. They jocking all the way down to the cosmology. Even the way that they look at the world and the heavens and below is clearly identical to the Babylonians. Like, y'all ain't got your own worldview. Let's zoom in. So we see that the Babylonian view of the cosmos, they got the chaotic water. They got this third heaven. They got a second heaven. And if you got the second and the third, then you got a first. And then you see they have waters above and below the earth, just like the Hebrews believe is said. And because they have Tiamat in their chaotic waters. Wow. This is just like when you go over here and you see them boys, they got their third heaven, second heaven, and they got the first heaven, but they got Sheol. But the funny thing about the Hebrews is that they word for heaven is Shemayim. Shemayim can also mean the waters above. For Mayim means water. Shem can mean name, but it can also mean upward or sky. So that's where the waters above. So just like they have the as above, so below, waters above and below in the Babylonian cosmology, they take that same theme and they also take the theme of in the beginning, in the primordial waters, there's a sea serpent. They call their sea serpent Leviathan. Next slide. Defeating the water serpent, since we was talking about Leviathan. Scattered through the prophets and the holy writings, the two later portions of the Hebrew Bible are allusions to other ancient myths, i.e. we see to that of the primordial combat between Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh and a monster variously named Leviathan, Wrigley, Rahab, or Burgard. That's what they call them, Leviathan or Rahab, or simply Circe or the dragon. The Babylonians told likewise of a fight between their god Marduk and the monster Tiamat. The Hittites told of a battle between the weather god, and the dragon Ilionakis. While a Cannanite poem from Ras Shamra, ancient Ugarit in northern Syria, relates the discomfiture of Circe by the deity Baal in the root of an opponent named Leviathan. So Leviathan is not even strictly in the Bible. Even Leviathan is another entity from another pantheon that precedes the biblical text itself. On the right, we see what's happening. That's Marduk on the top, defeating Tiamat. On the bottom, you see them defeating the seven-handed beast of the Leviathan. And then on the right, there go your boy El, aka Yahu, whatever you want to call him, defeating his sea serpent, the Circe. Next slide, if you would. Leviathan, page 2. Psalm 74:14 says, "You crushed the heads of Leviathan. You gave him as food for the creatures of the wilderness." This verse describes God's power and dominion over chaos and evil, symbolized by Leviathan, the mythical sea creature. And the fact that it says heads, so we know that this is not a single-headed serpent. They most likely draw on the figure on the right when you see in the cylinder scrolls of Akkadian, going back to 2300 BCE, them slaying the seven-headed Leviathan. The heads, they're smashing the heads. They're doing that in the Akkadian cylinder scroll. They're just keeping the epithet, and then calling these people heathens. Let's keep going. It's all Hermetic, man. Just look at it. Look at the Marduk. Look at the Pushent crowns. Look at the crescent. Speaking of the moon.
Look at that, Hebrews. Look at it. Come
What's
on,
happening?
man.
What's happening? It's all Hermetic,
What's
man.
going on here?
This is all Hermetic. You see, that's supposed to be a Semitic deity, but a Semitic deity is rocking the same crown as a sign.
Wow.
They wearing the Tef crowns, representing spiritual chiefdom, Pushent crowns. Look at this Semitic deity right here on the right. They are.
Yeah, what's going on, Easy Bands? You see this? It's crazy.
They don't know about this stuff, side. It's not on their level yet. Next slide, brother. It's all Hermetic part 2. The Nimrod passage in Genesis 10:10, it interrupts the genealogy of Ham, which continues in verses 10 through 12, verse 12. Moreover, the verse seems to diverge from the structure of the larger genealogical list. It focuses on one individual. Now, they be talking about, it's the Israelite book, man. It's all about the Israelites. But in here, in Genesis, you see it focuses on one individual. And this dude is not no Israelite. It stopped the genealogy. It says right there. And if you read it, you see it. Like it got talk about, and he was the father of such and such, and he was the father. But when it gets to Nimrod, it just stopped and give you his legacy real quick. So let's see what it says. It focuses on the cities he finds, not on the sons he even begets. So on the right is Naram-Sin, grandson of the original Sargon. The original Sargon, Naram-Sin, was the first. He was the first to adopt the title Saru Kibratim Ibrahim. This translates back to the king of the four corners of earth. Now, your boy Abraham is taking that epithet, switching it a little bit. Now, his name is Abraham, Abram, whatever you want to call him, and his name is the father of the four corners of the earth. But this is, some will say the Ibla. I would rely more on this if we actually looking for where the Abraham attestation is truly coming from, as far as the title attached to it, from Naram Sin, the grandson of Sargon. So let's go to, I'm going to the right a little bit, because you also see his victory stele as well, dated back to 2254 BCE to 2218 BCE. Now, finally, the geographic picture presents is problematic. As noted, Shinar is southern Mesopotamia, and Wssr is northern Mesopotamia, all in Shemitic territory. Cush, however, ostensibly Nimrod's father, like other descendants of Ham, represents the well-known land of Cush, also known as Nubia, the Septuagint's Ethiopia, roughly today's Sudan. How are we to make sense of this? This leaves us with one question. Why is it all linked to the genealogy of Cush? Let's get to the next slide.
Man, oh man, you already got the Israelites mad at you up in here, boy. Kassad is mad at you. You got
get to the next slide, brother. I apologize.
Yeah, you even got the reverends up here. My man, Amin Ra McCarthy, he just want to talk to you. Man.
So identifying, let's look for Nimrod. Identifying Nimrod, and it's all Hermetic page 3. This is put together by Professor Yegar Levine over on Torah.com. This is what he says. We know of no ancient Mesopotamian figure. Now, these are biblical scholars admitting this stuff now. We know of no ancient Mesopotamian figure, mythic or historical, named Nimrod. So they letting you know that the Nimrod passage is lies. Like, that person don't exist. Thus, scholars have struggled to identify who the biblical authors are describing. The cities that Nimrod finds do not point to any historic period. Some of these cities did not even exist at the same time. Uruk is one of the oldest cities in the world and remained an important place throughout antiquity. Akkad, on the other hand, was founded in the 24th century and destroyed in the 21st. Calah and Nineveh also rose to prominence in the 9th century and were destroyed in the late 7th. And Dur Shadarakim was even shorter lived, thriving only a handful of years in the 8th century. Thus, scholars have suggested that Nimrod is based on a legendary god or demigod, such as the Sumerian gods Ninurta or Nergal, or the Babylonian Marduk, all whom were renowned as great hunters, which the biblical version humanized. Others have equated Nimrod with legendary Mesopotamian heroes such as Gilgamesh. Let's get it to the next slide. The Sumerian connection. We looking at Pashent's, Enki's hat, martyr hat, and the hat of the saints. Now look how that go. Look at the influence. Look at the influence. The influence is smack dab in your face where they're getting this stuff from. And its oldest attestation will come from Mesopotamia, dealing with the martyr hat. This is Enki in the middle. Look at the formations. Because I would say that when you get down to these Roman Catholics, they not only just drawing on Enki, but they combining a certain level of the Pashin as well, if you would. Let's go to the next slide. This is the righting wrongs that get told by common liars. The Sumerian, the oldest known written language in the world history, was spoken in Mesopotamia, modern Iraq, and peripheral regions. Throughout the 3rd millennium BC and survived as an esoteric writing language until the death of cuneiform tradition around the time of Christ. The Sumerian language, which related to no other known tongue at their time, was only properly deciphered this century. And considerable literature in Sumerian is considered being reconstructed from fragmentary clay tablets housed in museums of the world. A logogram is a meaningful cuneiform. So I just wanted to put that out there. Let's get to the next slide.
All right. Hey, Apostle, if that's you, I don't want you typing in the chat under my name, brother. Please don't do that. Don't do that. All right.
It's another fun part. El Shaddai, part of the Mesopotamian Shadu. Little did they know. In the Mesopotamian text, the Siddu or the Shiddu is a spirit being that can be protective, like the famous winged bull lions, Lamassu and Siddu statues at palace gates. Or it can be harmful, associated with illness, madness, and misfortune, as in the cases of King Saul and other Hebrew storylines. In Mesopotamia, Siddu are not one single demon, but a category of spirit.
1 minute. I'm sorry.
In the case of King Saul and
Your apostle.
in Mesopotamia, Siddu are
That's right under my name, bro. I'm sorry. I'm good. All right, he don't hear me. I got to call his ass up. Go ahead, man.
No problem. Now, in Mesopotamia, the Siddu are not one single demon, but a category of spirit beings, morally ambivalent, capable of protection or destruction. Sound like the Elohim to me. Where do these beings dwell? They dwell in desolate places and mountains. In Mesopotamian demonology, spirits inhabit very liminal places, spaces between worlds.
You wrote a few, brother. You can't do that. And I tell Nicole that she don't do that. So I knew it was you.
Brother.
Oh, I'm sorry. Damn, I ain't even on mute.
You good, brother. Now, where do these beings dwell? They dwell in desolate spaces, in mountains. In Mesopotamian demonology, spirits inhabit very liminal spaces between the world, if you would. In text, you're going to see dwelling areas like steppes or mountains, ruins and abandoned cities, deserts in the wedges and the edge of wilderness, which is just not yet cultivated land. In Mesopotamia and Sumerian, the word Siddu literally means mountain. Let's get to the next slide, sir. Siddu continue. Mountains. Mountains are sources of storms, homes of foreign gods, and abodes of fierce, untamed power. We can observe that storm god Adad, sometime Isker, is seen as coming from the mountains. This is ancient Semitic deity. The Sagros Mountains of East Mesopotamia were seen as spirit-filled lands. Now, when you get over to Deuteronomy 33:2, the Lord came from Sinai, a mountain, and dawned over them from Seir, another mountain. He shone forth from Mount Paran, another mountain. He came with myriads of holy ones from the south, from his mountain slopes. Mount Seir is also where the Siderim, aka the goat demons, dwell. So these is his run-along partners, if you would, and he's the Shadu, because you also see that they're also featured. You see that there are other liminal spiritual / demonic beings that dwell in these spaces and places. Next slide. Oh, 1 second. No, it's cool. Okay, yeah. Deuteronomy 17:7. The goat demon Israel worshipped at the desert. That word goat demon is going to give you the word Shadim or Sierra. Next slide. From Siddu to Shadim. Deuteronomy 32:17. They sacrificed to Shadim, not to the Elohim, gods they had not known. This is in Psalm 106:37. They sacrificed their sons and daughters to the Shadim. From a historical perspective, these verses preserve memory of older spirit cults. Offerings made to local, non-traditional divine beings later condemned by emerging Yahwistic theology. Next slide. Finally, we get to El Shaddai. And we done went through the Sadu, Shadim. Now we get to the Hebrew usage of what's going on with El Shaddai. Now, the strongest etymological root for the name El Shaddai appears in Akkadian from the word Siddu. In its original setting, El Shaddai would simply translate to El, the one of the mountain, or El, the mountain god. Ugaritic El dwells at the source of the two rivers at cosmic height. Bayal fights on Mount Sepan or Zaphon. In Genesis 17:1, it stated, I am El Shaddai, walk before me and be whole. And here you also see that when the occurrence happened with the ram in the bush, that occurrence happened on top of the mountain. Next slide. Abraham with the mountain god. Later, Abrahamic traditions strongly link him with the mountains, like Shechem, hill country. Let me take a sip of water. Let me dial it back. So we see later Abrahamic traditions strongly link him with the mountains, like Shechem, the hill country, or Beth El, or the Ai highlands. In later memory, Mount Moriah in Genesis 22. So Abraham encountering El on mountains is not no random encounter. In later Hebrew works, El Shaddai is associated with awe, fear, destruction, storms, fertility, and blessings. All of the things that I just told y'all the Shadu were. That dual nature fits a mountain step deity. Mountains bring rain and life, but also bring storms and danger. And of course, that can bring death. In Mesopotamian thinking, this is exactly the domain where storm gods rule and spirits like the Sadu roam. Next slide. Primary sources with the scholarly backing because they love, where you get this from, brother? So we got far as what's going on with the demons, the Lilitu and the Sadu, and they roll like the spirit being. This coming from the Ituku Limnutu tablets. These are canonical. And the scholars treat them as historical primary sources corporate for demon spirits. Markham J. Geller states Archives of Assyria series has a translation as well. And we also draw from the Maklu Sumerian anti-witchcraft tablet, widely accepted in scholarship regarding recorded demonology. Even he go a quote from it. You see it binds the demons, banish the evil spirits, may the Sadu not enter the home. Next slide. Stolen laws. They can't even get a law right. So we go to the Babylonian and Akkadian, 1754 BCE, in the Hammurabi Code 196 to 200. Now, it states, if a man destroys the eye of a free man, they shall destroy his eye. If he breaks the man's bones, they shall break his bone. If he destroy the eye of a commoner, he shall pay for 1 mina of silver. Now, over in Exodus 21, chapter 21, verses 23 to 5, you shall give life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. You can see it right there, mimicking that ancient Semitic law. That's not exclusive to they quote unquote God. So that ain't God's law. He's just he's just restating more antiquated laws that predate him. Let's keep it going. Stolen laws, page 2. On the gored man, far as being negligent. If I had a bull and I wasn't paying attention to my bull, say I'm out somewhere drunk like Noah on the ark, and I got a bull outside and my bull mess around and kill you while I'm in the house drunk, that's breaking the ancient laws of the Semitic people. Why is that? Let's see. In the Code of Hammurabi, 250 to 250 250 through law 252, it states, if an ox while passing on the street gore a man and cause his death, no claim shall be made. If a man's ox is known to gore and he does not restrain it, he shall pay half a mina of silver. If it kills a slave, he shall pay 1/3 mina. Now you see on the right, Exodus 21, 28 to 32. If an ox gores a man or a woman to death, the ox shall be stoned, which don't even make sense. But if the ox was accustomed to gore, the owner also shall be put to death. If it gores a slave, the owner shall give 30 shekels of silver. So they letting you know right there, like they know that they got slaves and it's all this crazy mess happening. And the slaves kind of don't even matter as they're explaining. Let's keep going. Late laws, page 3. From the Wssr tablets, 1400 BCE to 11 BCE. If a man strikes his slave and destroys his eye, he shall pay compensation. Exodus 21, verses 26 through 27. If a man strikes the eye of his slave, he shall let him go for the man's eye's sake. Directly taken.
Woo! God damn. That's
Directly.
crazy.
directly. Let's go to the next one, Stop. Laws, part 4, inherited law. From the Nuzi tablets, 15th century BCE, the Nuzi legal contracts. If there are no sons, the daughter may inherit the estate. Numbers 27 and 8, it says, if a man die and he has no son, then you shall pass his inheritance to his daughter, not his wife, not his mama, not his concubine or his side chick, but to his daughter. Next slide. The covenant ain't even exclusive. 2450 BCE, Stella of the Vultures. We see in Lagash, the Enatum bound the men of Uma by an oath to Enlil. If Uma shall violate the agreement, may Enlil destroy Uma utterly. That's now we see blessings for obedience in Deuteronomy 28 through 114, and they give you curses for the disobedience in Deuteronomy 28:15 through 68. Talk a lot about curses. Next slide. Covenant talk part 2. And you also got in 1400 through 1200 BCE, the KTU 1.1 through 1.6, Ugaritic covenant. El establishes the eternal decree, the covenant of the assembly of the gods by the life of El, by the covenant of the sons of El. Mark S. Smith draws on this in the origins of biblical monotheism and the KTU primary source 1.4. And the KTU is a German word that is their German, but it's basically the library for the ancient Ugaritic tablets, if you would, as far as the cuneiform. That's what the KTU is for. It's a German set organization. And we see over in Psalms, the only old Psalms 82 and 1, God stands in the assembly of El. Now that was funny that was mentioned because Morpheus dropped a bomb on him yesterday with the Deuteronomy 27 through 28, when he even also pointed out that El is giving even Yahuwah portions. So the portions are given out, and we also see that Yahuwah stands in the assembly of El. So he's part of the council, just like over here in the KTU. They got the council decree. Let's go to the next slide, brother. The Syrian loyal oath versus the Hebrew covenant. In the 672 BCE, the vassal trees of Saradan loyalty clause. You shall fear the Wssr and Asaradan like your God. May Wssr smash your seed like grain. May your mind become confused and your heart be full of terror. Excuse me. This draws from Deuteronomy 28 and 8 and 28, 27 through 28. The Lord will strike you with madness, blindness, and confusion of the mind. Now, why is they God doing what this God's saying that he's going to do if this ain't the same dude? Let's go to the next one. You know what? That was just in case I needed it, Sly. It's over with. This is it. It's over with. The slide, the presentation is over, man. I appreciate y'all for having me. You know what I mean? And I know you probably finna open the floodgate. I'm ready for them.
All right. You already know what it is. When you do a show, I no longer say this is your show. Can you kick them out? You can't kick nobody off. All right. This is the show for the people. And Zion Warchild, come on in. It's your time now, brother. You talking that big talk inside the chat. Come on in, my man Zion. The link is in the chat. And come on in, man. The brother is ready for any questions and answers pertaining to the topic. Yes. Let's deal with the topic. And I told you, y'all got to turn on cameras, Kassad. And you know Apostle is here. Turn on cameras, Elder Suntan. Comedic Q. What up, man? You got a question, Comedic Q?
Oh, no, I'm just enjoying the presentation. But, yeah, I'm definitely with you. I seen all the parallels, especially with the going to the bull, the A, going in the Elohim. I kind of grew up kind of like a Hebrew Israelite, But yeah, no, I
What
definitely
turned you away from it?
say it again.
What made you not be a Hebrew Israelite?
I guess just I kept studying, man. Just like the brother was breaking down everything and just going back to the history of
Yeah,
how
yeah.
everything came, you know.
All right. All right. Brother Suntan, what up, Suntan?
Peace to the panel. Peace.
man.
My man Wssr. What is it?
Ashe.
Ashe.
Yeah.
Hey, Ashe, what does that really how you pronounce that? WSR.
Wssr.
Oh, that's Asar too?
Yeah, that's how it's written.
Oh, okay. Okay. Ashe Asar. I was always wondering, like, what the hell is that?
Yeah.
Right, I was too, but I
All right.
didn't. Hey,
Go ahead, Suntan.
yeah, man, I agree with the presentation because a lot of it I don't get into. Only thing I like is your title, the plagiarization of the the text, man, because that's what kind of turned me my direction. It was the same that was written for 1,500 years before the Abrahamic faith came about. But here's my question to you. That information that you just produced, was that all how would I say it? What word I'm looking for? All the authors of that text you had, were they Europeans, you think, or do you think any of them look like me and you? But you had a lot of text there.
It was a lot of, so within my build, and I hope that this answers your question to your liking. I didn't have a lot of commentary. I had a lot of primaries. So I was reading from the tablet themselves, the transliteration, because thank you for that the other day, the transliteration of the primary itself. So I wasn't drawing on, but when I did, Mark S. Smith is definitely a European, like the scholars.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it was a lot of Mark S. Smith, who was one of them, really a few other European scholars that were mentioned as well.
Yeah, so, and back in that, through your presentation, do you think it was a lot of scholars that look like us? Because, see, that's where my problem come in with this religion thing, man, because we got to listen to spoon-fed colonization talk about history, our history. The Europeans telling us our history. And I'm just waiting for the guy, and you seem like that you will, research, to let us know, when do we tell our history? I looked up Sheikh Anta Diop, and he just kind of agreed. However, they resort back to the Europeans to tell our story. What do you think about that statement? And I'll rest on that. What do you think?
What one of the many encounters that we can see on a direct source level will be the Amarna letters, which are corresponding letters between the Chemitian people and the Semitic kings over there in Jerusalem, if you will. So you're going to see them writing back and forth to each other about what's going on their land. And then the Assyrians are also going to give a separate attestment as well. So that's primary text from our people talking about their dealings with these other peoples. Not what the European is telling us, but what they are. This is correspondence letters coming to you and you writing back to me.
All right. Kassad, man. Kassad always coming in mad. The people starting to know you, Kassad. Loosen up a little bit, brother. Loosen up a little bit. You ain't got to be mad. Just see what you got. But I don't think you're going to be able to prove the brother wrong on this one. He showed a lot of stuff, man. A lot of information. What you got for the brother? Any questions?
No, I got a natural angry face. I ain't mad, dog. But I do got some stuff I want to share. A couple different things. It just depends on if he gonna be scared or not, like the last people.
I don't mind you asking your questions, Shazad. Whatever you want to ask, I'm gonna answer.
Ask a question.
I don't mind.
Okay. So I hit you up to do a show, man. You gotta let me get in sometime soon.
Yeah, you got hit Apostle up, man. Apostle got the show rocking over there.
I hit you up though. Why you don't want
That's your brother. That's your Hebrew brother. You don't want to hit your brother?
No, I want to respond to Morpheus and them. That's why.
Oh, but you can respond to Morpheus over there. They be over there.
Here, we want it. Don't try to keep us off the out of here. Nah.
All right, okay.
You trying to keep
all right. I'll let Apostle rock this one day. Then, if you want him over here, you get him over here.
That's cool. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, we'll get it.
You trying to keep us off air? I see.
No, never that, brother. You here now? I don't do that.
With you. So yeah, so I'm let me share this with you, bro, because I want to share you. I want to share you sources. I want to share you actual.
Nah. Just ask a question, brother.
No, it's based off a question. That's why.
Brother already see. That's one thing y'all can't be doing. Coming up showing slides after the brother just did a presentation. You can ask your question though. You can ask questions.
Okay. Well, in all fairness, Reggie them did ask for the source, right? But so when I pull the source, you gotta let me present the source if they ask for the source.
Okay. Correct? Okay. Yes, correct.
Okay. He didn't ask me for a source, so I'll fall back on that. But you saved Reggie them because they asked for a source and then didn't want me to present it. So,
right.
Brother, you mentioned Elyon, right? You know, in the Ugaritic text, El is never described as Elyon. You know that, right?
Seen as the Most High.
You know he's never described as Elyon in the Ugaritic text. You know that, right?
He's the Most High in the Ugaritic text. He's the Father.
That's incorrect. And this is why I asked Sa to let me share my screen. I have the source right here. It says this.
Ask the brother. You should ask him. Ask him, is it all right?
Is it all right if I share the screen?
Show your screen.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, good brother. Thank you. See, I know you ain't scared. I knew you weren't scary. I knew you weren't scary. Okay, you see the screen up. You see the screen up, Sharon, right?
Yeah.
May I ask you a question before you read?
Yes, sir.
Is this primary or commentary?
This is based off the primary. You see how this has the 25.
So so by definition it's commentary.
It's primary because you see these numbers right here, 25 and 26. All you have to do is scroll down where the number is 25 and 26, and it gives you literally the Ugaritic text.
Go ahead, get into your thing. That's all I was gonna ask you, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah. I want to argue. It gives you the Ugaritic text.
Go ahead.
So if you just start right here at the top of this paragraph, right here where it says third, it says Ugaritic scholars, not biblical scholars, Ugaritic scholars have noted that the title Most High, Elyon, as you stated, is never used of El in the Ugaritic corpus. In point of fact, it is Baal, a second-tier deity who twice receives this title as the ruler of the gods. The point here is to rebut the argument that the mere occurrence of the term Elyon certainly points to El in Deuteronomy 32, 8 and 9. Sir, do you have a source, a primary source, a Ugaritic text source that says that El is Elyon?
Yeah, I went into the council of El. I thought.
Now, if you want, brother, I mean, you can go right back to your slide and show them if you want.
We can go back to the slides where we was talking about the council of El.
I need a primary. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. I need that primary Ugaritic text.
All right. Do you know where that was at, brother?
A few slides down. It's gonna be who is when we talking about who is El.
Down, right?
Oh, actually, it's gonna be all the way at the bottom in the law section. When we talking about everything that was stolen, like far as the laws and stuff like that, we're gonna see the council thing going on. So that's actually at the bottom.
So does it call him Elyon?
All right, here go laws. Here go the laws. Stolen laws. Down more.
Keep going. It's gonna say you gonna see the councils. Not there. Okay, go back up. I apologize. I just read it though. Like you blindness. Not there. Not for the slave. Not for the stolen law. You going?
I'm going up.
Damn, I literally just read it, but I'll just put it in my slide real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, when you get it, just tell me what number it is.
He ain't gonna find it. I'm telling you that now.
Oh, go to 48. Someone I ain't go find it. Goofy. Go to 48.
Just reference it. Just reference it.
We just go. No, we go to 48. Like I said. So what is right? So what we see right here? Covenant talks from the KTU, the Ugaritic covenant. El establishes the eternal decree, the covenant of the assembly, by the life of El, by the covenant of the sons of El. Also, Marquez Smith backs this statement with the origins of biblical monotheism in the KTU 1.1.4. The KTU is primary. You know that.
All right, that's it.
So
that's it.
You know I have KTU. You know I have Mark Smith's KTU. I have the Baal cycle. He's not called Elyon. You didn't show one time where he just called Elyon. You know that, right?
No, well, no. It's not the word Elyon. But by definition, this is the Elyon, the Most High. This is the Father God. Is it not? Is this not the Father God? Hold on, wait. Let me ask you a question. In the Baal cycle, who is the chief deity in Baal's quest for Elyon?
Baal is the supreme deity in the Baal cycle. He's called the Most High. What is you not comprehending?
What?
I just read the source. It says Baal is called the Most High.
So what is the Baal? So you clearly don't know what the Baal cycle is about. The Baal literally has to fight the sea deity.
Yam.
To even up to Yam, exactly, to achieve chiefdom. So how is he the chief deity in the quest for the Most High if he's obviously going through the cycle, hence the word Baal cycle in the first place? Know it all.
Okay, so would you like for me to read the source again? Here, I'm gonna read it for you because you obviously.
No, I'm asking you a question directly.
Yep, and I'm giving you a source that clearly you don't understand. So once again, it says right here, the Ugaritic scholars, not biblical, not trying to correlate two different cultures. The Ugaritic scholars have noted the title Most High, Elyon. You keep calling El the Most High. The title for Most High is never used of El in the Ugaritic corpus, meaning you just named a Ugaritic text and you still didn't show where he's called Elyon because he's not called Elyon in the Ugaritic text. He's not called Most High. It is only referred to as Baal. He receives this title twice.
Can you go back to the slides about the struggles? Can you go back to the struggle for Elyon?
Argument that the mirror currents.
Can you go back to the struggle?
Yeah. I had 3 slides literally in a row about the struggle in the beginning.
You're not answering my question, so I can tell you
because you're not answering mine, and I answered your question. You want to try to play a literalism game where you look for the word Elyon itself. But if this is their most high deity, if this is their chief deity, this is the father deity, as it says, Elyon calls a council.
Kassad, is Elyon the father deity of Yahweh?
No. Elyon.
Yes, it is, man.
No, he's not.
Because even Morpheus was here when he showed it, and it's in the blue letter.
And this is
guess who else showed it? Hold on. Guess who else showed me? Showed me this behind the scene.
Go ahead.
My queen, the Paul Shaddai, brother.
Okay,
She showed me this
He's
in the
not
blue
learning,
letter.
bro.
She knew this already.
You done?
She just don't like Hebrews coming at her when she do all of this. Nepal know all of this already, man.
You done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, now Sa, this is a source. We're not going off what Marcus is saying, right? We're not going off what Marcus is saying.
Don't have me call Morpheus up in here, man.
I wanted Morpheus in the first place. You're the one that didn't want me to get on him. You're the one that saved him.
No, what you mean? I didn't, bro. You crazy?
So
when you go to page 22, slide 22, we got the struggle for the element.
Look at this.
In correlation.
Look at this. Look at this, Sa. They keep trying to describe El in the Bible in ways that he's not even described in the Ugaritic text. El is not the Most High even in the Ugaritic text. So when we get to Deuteronomy 32, and this is the whole point, this whole article that I'm showing, you don't have my screen up. This whole article that I'm showing is in refutation that Elyon is talking about El in Deuteronomy 32. That's literally what we just read. Literally, the scholar just told you El is never called Elyon. He's telling you that because you're trying to make Elyon in the biblical text El when that's not how El is described in Ugarit.
It's exactly how he described. I say, first of all, it's exactly how he described. And second, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna say this now. I'm gonna say this, bro.
No, it's
y'all guys always look foolish on the playback. You're not gonna.
Now, right here,
it's not gonna look good on the playback.
Let's look at this. This is what I keep on trying to show. Nobody's ever listening.
While I was sitting up here giving the actual scholastic breakdown, you spent the whole last hour and a half somewhere computer hating. Let me go through some archives and see how I can hate on him and hate on the president. That's not gonna work, brother. You gonna look bad in the backdrop. You gonna look bad when we run this back, bro. When guys actually got the sources in front of them, you're not gonna look good.
All right, I got to move forward. I got to move forward.
Sources get to talk. That's correct.
I got to move forward. I got to move forward now. Let me go to Apostle. Please, when I say enough, you got to stop, man. You can't keep rambling. You got to stop. All right, I'm gonna let you go in, but you got to stop when I say enough. You can't talk over nobody. You got to respect the form. You got to stop. All right, I'm gonna let
give me the same time you just gave Kassad.
I am, but you got an echo on the back of your joint, brother. You got an echo, Apostle. Apostle, do you hear me? You don't hear me, man. You have an echo. You have a bad echo.
Yeah,
he delayed.
Yeah, and you delayed. You're delayed.
I hear you.
Echo. You have a bad echo. And you delayed. You way behind, brother. All right. Go out, come back in. I'm gonna kick. Yeah, go out and come back in. And you delayed. You way behind, brother.
I'm gonna go out and come back in. I'm gonna clean my browser.
All right.
Yeah, you gotta close the extra tabs you got in the background.
Yeah, you got the phone on, right? You got the phone on with it, right?
Come back in. I'm gonna clean my browser.
All right, Apostle posing no better than this already. All right, let me go on over to what you got, Rakufu.
All right, because according to Kassad and the brother right now, they asked, is El the father of Yahweh, basically? And the short answer was sometimes yes, sometimes no, depending on the historical layer you're looking at. Long answer below, because this question sits right at the fault line of ancient theology. In the older West Semitic worldview, Ugaritic Cannanite, yes, El is the father of the gods. In Ugaritic text 1400 BC, El is Ab Adam, father of humanity. Ab Sanim.
Can you please read that one more time for Kazai? Because I don't think he really hearing you.
All right. Start from where? Let me finish it off because I ain't gonna have much time. Let me just
no problem.
Go ahead.
Father of the year, head of the divine council. Other gods, Baal, Yam, Mut, etc., are his children or his authority. This is the cosmic family model. If Yahweh originated as a regional or warrior deity within this West Semitic world, then El would logically precede him in the mythic hierarchy. In the earliest Israelite biblical layer. Very important. Yes, El and Yahweh are distinct figures. Deuteronomy 32:8-9, older textual tradition. When the Most High Elyon divided the nations, he fixed the boundaries according to the number of the sons of God. Yahweh's portion was Jacob, Israel his inheritance. What this implies, Elyon, El supreme God, Yahweh, one of the divine sons assigned Israel. Go ahead.
Woo! Right. That's the same thing that Paul showed me. And she went to the blue letter and she went and got it in. So come on, Kasad. Sometimes you gotta give in on that, man. You don't know everything, brother. You're a baby at this, brother. You're a baby at this.
So you know I have that text. He's not in there. You know that, right? But when you come back to me, I'm gonna talk. When you come back to me.
Okay. All right. Let me go on over to King J. You got the floor, brother.
Peace to the panel.
Peace.
Hey, son, you know, me and Kasai got a debate on this topic on HOK. Me and Kasai was the first debate on the HOK. Get that some attention on this very topic.
I know that. That's dope.
Yeah, we definitely did. My question to the brother, I did watch the presentation. I definitely enjoyed it. I was looking for some more sources, brother. Honestly, it just seemed to me as if you just asked AI to create a PowerPoint for, you know what I'm saying, whatever. I think that you would have showed the plagiarism if you would have actually showed the mechanism and transmission of how these texts actually got into the Bible. Like if you would have showed how the Council of Nicaea, how they picked from these certain texts and compiled them into the Bible. All you really showed to me was cultural transmission and a shared culture. You showed that they all draw from the same lexicon of words and have the same culture. I didn't see any mechanism of you showing the actual transmission or mechanism of how it actually got into the Bible. I wish you would have showed that more. But besides that, I did agree with most of the information that you did present. But I just wish you would have actually showed it. That way you could have showed plagiarism instead of just showing that it was a shared culture, because the Hebrews are just like Amorites, they're just like Canaanites. They all have the same pantheon and lexicon. So, but besides that, I definitely appreciate you.
Okay. Now, your first statement. This was actually a build. This was from a debate. I had debated the Hebrew Israelite last year. So a lot of my slides I already had. And like for instance, I didn't feel the need to, like, you guys do that all the time. You guys do the council thing, the Nicaea thing, and it's very basic to me. And I'm not a oh yeah, I'm with the crowd type of guy. I like being a pioneer. I ain't never seen nobody do what I did today.
Well, how can you show?
One second, I never cut you off, King Jay. So let's just slow down, brother.
Okay.
So if you remember, if you was here for the whole thing, do you remember me giving my definitions of plagiarize? Where I literally said where it's go keep the same setting. It's gonna keep the same words. It's gonna keep the same deity names. I already said that. That was part of the disclaimer before we got into the bill, what we were doing. We were showing how this is a Semitic story. That, like you said, I already gave what you said, I've already said, so I'll be saying it don't be looking good for guys on the playback, and that's not no direct knock to you. But like I already said, that this is a Semitic story that's being rebranded, repurposed even throughout chronology. But yet, once it step into this Hebrew Israelite pantheon in cultural frame, they don't give, like you see even in the case of Chazak, they don't give the proper respect to the authority in the story that they getting it from. Now, I can talk about how the Romans and the Greeks, how they put it together and how they scavenged those other cultures that I talked about. But in reality, without these preceding cultures that I'm referring to, we don't get no Bible. We don't get no stories for the Romans and the Greeks to even come together and play with. As far as AI goes, I don't own a lot of books. I got a lot of PDFs. You feel me? I'm 26. I'm still getting my stuff together a lot, but I got a lot of PDF work, and I know what I'm talking about a lot of times. So I don't like giving guys commentary. I learned my lesson with that. And if I would have got up here and gave y'all boys commentary, y'all would have ate that up. No, you can't negate what the primary is saying. You said I didn't have a lot of sources, but everything was primary coming directly from the cylinders themselves, from the seals themselves.
All right, we got to move on. We got to go to Cosmic Sankofa. What up?
Yo, peace. Yo, good presentation, family. Good presentation. Yo, I definitely, we know each other, so I've seen the work and appreciate the build. But honestly, I do have to ask you a question, okay?
Yes.
So what's the point of everything you just said, right? What's the point in showing that there's other stories? You know what I'm saying? So what? Maybe there was other cultures this and then recorded it in their way. Like, what are you really trying to say to the people that there's other stories that are similar?
Okay. For instance, like even before I gave the bill, when it was just me and Saab here, I'll say to you too, saying, these guys, they get on these blocks in these corners, and even on places like Bigo and other apps, and they say stuff like Hebrew was the language of creation. Our story is featuring the first people on the planet. It's the first this, it's the first that. When it's doing our people a scholastic injustice to believe these things. I'm trying to peel the cover off this stuff. Let everybody know, hey, look, bro, this ain't no God exclusive. God ain't dropped this story out of the sky on nobody. This is just another Semitic story that we should look at through more of a scholastic lens and understand the principles that's in it, then trying to call ourselves Israelites and Abraham, my great daddies. Like that's all that makes our people look dumb. And I hate that for our people.
Real talk, brother.
What about the actual like historical events that occurred, like Hezekiah? There's actual historical evidence for Hezekiah. You know what I'm saying? There actually was a census. You know what I'm saying? And Luke, what about those events? How do you account for the actual historical evidence that's inside the Bible?
Beautiful question. Now, I'm not attacking Hebrews as a people. I'm not telling the Hebrews existed. Yehudas or Jews existed. Abraham and all that stuff, once you get the time to attach the story to it, that's when I got a problem with it. Once the story gets to trying to parallel within a historical. Now, when we looking at Hezekiah don't got not one manuscript where he say he's an Israelite. Not one. Trust me, I looked before I came. He not got one. He ain't got one where he say I'm a Hebrew. Not one. Like I'm gonna land it here. You not gonna have the greatest story ever told if you don't add some remnants of the truth in it. I got the movie Spider-Man. I know Spider-Man ain't real, but the NYPD is in Spider-Man. That exists. New York, where he's at, is a real city. But does Spider-Man and Gwen and everybody else in the Spider-Verse exist? Absolutely not.
All right. That was it. That was like my only question, family. Good job.
I say, brother, appreciate you.
All right. Cannanite, what up, man?
What's going on? Peace to the panel.
Cut the camera on.
Peace to the panel. I didn't get to see the whole thing. I didn't get the notification. I came in. You was just about done. But last week when we was on, you did say, or if I'm not misinterpreting what you said, that Marduk was attested earlier than El and became chief god before El. Am I right? Is that what you said?
Yeah, Marduk predates El.
All right. So now the reason I ask is because now I'm looking at the records right here. You can see from C2400 to C23 BCE is the earliest time that El was attested. He wasn't the chief god yet, but he was already attested. He became chief god in the Ugaritic text, the Rosh Shaman, I believe it's called, or Shamar, something like, right? And then that's 1400 to 1200 BCE. That's when he was attested already as the chief god. But when you get down to Marduk, he wasn't attested the first time until C2000 or 1800 in between C2000 and 1800 BCE, and then he don't become the chief god until 1200 to 1100 BCE. So, and that's coming out of the yeah, that's coming out of that, and that's the primary on both of them. So the records will show that El was attested first, and he was chief god first.
So El may be attested first. I don't know about El being the chief first. He said he was the chief deity where?
Right here, 1400 to 1200 BCE in the Ugaritic text and the Cannanite traditions. They say the primary source, he was El the bull, the father of the years, and the head of the councils.
Let's go back to the dates of interest I got. So let me just check you out myself. I got by my second slide, I got a slide called dates of interest. Probably gonna be about number 2. Okay, bet. Let me zoom in real quick, brother.
And I believe the one he was talking about is the Ugaritic mythological tablets.
You said Enuma at least 1200 BCE, and your attestation for El being being attested as you said singular deity. Where that's coming out of?
As the chief deity. That's the one you just referenced. The Ilish. That's 1200 to 1100 BCE.
And where is El the chief deity at?
Playing in the back, coming out.
Well, yeah, my girl phone right here. She watching something. I go in the other room, but right here, for El, it's in the mythological tablets in the Ugaritic. It's 1400 to 1200, where he was attested already as the chief god. It say that he was. It said that the spelling of the TR with the little dash IL, and that translates to El the bull. And then you got father of years, and then he was also head of council. Right there, that established him already as the chief god. And that's before you get to Marduk, at least like 200 years almost.
And you know, when we dealing with these times, that's why your source says 1200 to 14. So when I was initially doing this debate here in particular, I was getting the same date as far as the Ugaritic information as well. So I was getting 1200 and 1200. I wasn't getting the 1400 date that you're giving me now, but that's just from the source that I was utilizing at that time.
Okay, because I'm right here. When you get to Marduk, it only go from 12 to 11, but when you get to L's is from 14 to 12 BCE. So that, like I said, that give you at least 200 years before you get to Marduk, where he was already attested as the chief deity.
Possibly.
All right, that's all I wanted to make sure see if you checked on that, because you know on the last one you were standing on it, you know, and I found it not to be true. So you know, I wanted to know if you figured that out or not, or if you're still standing on that.
You talking about from my last conversation?
Yeah, from like last week when you was going back and forth with King James.
No, I didn't. No, I looked into a lot of stuff since that last conversation. I always fact my bro. After every single time, that's why I always profess I'm a younger brother. Every conversation. That's why I be saying some guys don't be looking the best on the playback. I guess I didn't look that good on the playback. But
okay, so you do agree that El was attested and chief god before Marduk then now, right?
I got the dates. I got the dates in this presentation.
So you do agree that El was attested and chief god first then, right?
He would have to be. I have the attestations.
Right.
Your presentation didn't say.
What did my presentation say?
I didn't watch the whole presentation, so I can't say. That's
you said my presentation didn't say that. What did my presentation say?
But I'll bow out after that.
That was King J. All right, I got to move on. Come on, King J. I got to get back to you. Right now, I'm getting War Child. Diane War Child ain't speak yet. Let's go.
Yeah, listen, man. Somebody called me up. King J kind of covered it. I do want to ask and make sure I get a little bit of clarity. When you said plagiarize, you know what I'm saying? Was that to trigger, you know what I'm saying, like in your title? Because I think King J kind of, you know what I'm saying, got my my only contention, because I don't have any problem with what you brought. I actually like your presentation. I thought there could have been a little bit more, you know, maybe citations at the bottom of some of your slides. Sometimes I kind of flip around to myself, but when you say plagiarize, I think that's kind of a, you know what I'm saying, like a triggering kind of word when you have people who are in a shared geographic region and then you had something else as well. I don't want to make a compound question, but when you said Cushitic, you know what I'm saying, over Semitic, and I think that kind of categorizes or separates the two, and we know that Afro-Semitic kind of still has the same, connotation as Cushitic and Semitic put together, Afro-Semitic. But my question is more or less plagiarized or cultural transmission, shared culture, shared cosmology.
If me and you belong to the same culture,
right?
Say you live a couple hundred years before me.
Mm-hmm.
I retain your culture,
right?
But then once I develop a culture and I name it after me, I say that you was a heathen and your culture was some BS, and we need to move away, and we need to not follow the ways of you. Whole time I'm doing your thing, ain't I plagiarizing you?
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say necessarily plagiarizing. Like, so 100 years happens later. People are going to evolve. Belief systems are going to change. People are going to have different viewpoints. Even look at Christianity. How it was practiced even is far different than how it's practiced. Where am I? You guys, am I still on the screen?
Yes, you are. I hear you.
Even how my grandfather practiced, 50 years is not how they practice today. You know what I'm saying? And they'll say, oh, the old church, this, that, the other. We're talking 100 years. So things evolve, things begin to change. People have different changing perspectives and views. And so they start to look at culture differently. And then so say this. I live, I live in Brooklyn and you live in Queens. You know what I'm saying? You wear Timbs, I wear Timbs, but you don't wear the same kind of Timbs I wear. I wear, you know what I'm saying? I wear the beef and broccolis, you wear that's, am I biting off of you because you might have started wearing, your side of the town might have started wearing Timbs first? Am I biting? We still in the same.
If you saying don't, if you telling me not to, if I started wearing Timbs, and then I'm not around to say that I started that culture. We see this happen all the time. I'm kind of like identifying the disingenuity within your statement, because we see people doing this all the time. People get literally sued for this all the time. Actually, you taking my stuff and not even mention that it's my stuff at all. The Bible is doing it a worse job, because it's going back and using like words like El, saying that El is just that's just the name for our God. When the very place that y'all developed y'all language, that usage of El was designated solely to the deity itself. Like, this be the problem I be having with it. So if you take something from somebody and you don't give them no type of ashe, you don't give them no type of reverence, if you would.
No credit.
You know what you're doing, man. So you know what I mean. You right when you ask the question, is it a little triggering? That's why I think the last person I was talking to, this was a presentation from a debate.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. That's like Zion. You write a book, and then I write a book, but I see something in your book, and I take what you say and put it in the book, and then I don't say from so and so and reference you. I'm plagiarizing your work, bro. I'm stealing your work.
I don't see it that way. See, all right, so I get that. That way, what you're saying, that is plagiarism. That would absolutely be plagiarism. Now, me and you are writing a book on the same thing. We both from New York, you know what I'm saying? You're talking about Harlem. I'm talking about my experience in Harlem. You see something I see something in your book I disagree with. So I then address that part of what you said in your book and address it my way in my book. We're both from the same city.
That's not plagiarism.
That's not what it is. You know what I'm saying? This is what happened on 125th.
That's a biography.
Yeah, that's not plagiarism.
Okay. So that's what I'm saying. Like, these people are living in the same place and they have the same gods, cosmology and stuff all around them. They have different perspectives on them, and time changes, time passes. They start looking at it their way as opposed to how these dudes over. It's like sex, you know what I'm saying? Oh, you know what I'm saying? We use this star. They use that star.
Let me ask you straight up, Zion. Are you disagreeing that the Bible have not plagiarized different cultures and different stories?
I would say that our present Bible, absolutely. There's some plagiarism in the King James and in how there's some things that because they're claiming originality of certain things and denying the origin thereof. I would say that could be looked at that way. But when I'm talking about like the ancient texts and the writers of some of these older texts or whatever like that, the Torah, and they're looking at history from their perspective and they're saying, we don't like the way that's not how it went down. We can both have different perspectives of the same situation. We watch a crime, you saw it from that angle, I saw it from this angle. You caught the beginning of it, I caught the ending of it. So I think that dude was defending himself, but you saw the other dude freaking daggone was defending himself.
But wouldn't you say if it's on a scholarly level of writing, you would cite the person that you got it from, even if you're putting it in your own
We're not
phrase?
talking about scholarship then. They were talking about religion.
We're talking about the Bible. That's all scholarly writing, though. But wait, these are scholars that wrote the Bible. They were scholars, right? So we talking about
Cannanite. Remember this.
When you're doing scholarly writing, you gotta cite the person that you got the idea from, even if you put your twist on it. That'd be cool.
That's like
don't
more
cite the person that you got the work
doing that like in the
wait.
One mic.
When you don't cite the person that you getting the work from, that's where it becomes plagiarism.
So
that is a modern academic standard that was not even considered in BC. So objection, relevance, objection, speculation. You know what I'm saying? That is all the way off. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't. That's like saying, oh, they should have knew how to daggone give a root canal.
So you telling me they didn't cite people back then? I could pull up people right now that were citing people from back then that'll tell you they got this idea from Kemet. So you can't say that.
No, okay. So wait. So say that again. Wait, can you repeat that?
You making it sound like people didn't cite back then. You like objection to relevance. People cited people back then when they tell you we got these ideas from Kemet.
Who? In the Bible?
Yeah, the Bible cite Kemet as well.
So if they cited Kemet, what we
in certain situations, that's in certain situations where we're not arguing those situations. But those are not the situations. Wait, but look, those are not the situations we argue.
All right, everybody, time out.
Hold on, let me finish.
Got the camera on, Cannanite. Nah, time out.
All right, so look, let me finish this.
Time out. We got Dale Parcel on the line. His computer is messed up right now. But I'm gonna let you finish, Cannanite. I'm gonna let you finish saying what you're saying. Then I'm gonna go to Apostle. Go ahead,
right,
Kemet.
so we're not arguing the parts where they did cite that they had things going on in Kemet. We talking about the parts where we know they obviously took from Kemet and they telling you that they did it first.
All right, let me bring in Apostle. We got Dale Apostle on the line. His computer shut down on him. And here he is. Apostle, you got the floor.
Yeah, thanks, man. The problem is people don't know the difference between plagiarism and cultural transmission or transformation. They don't know the difference. Anybody that went to college knows if you use someone's information to avoid plagiarism, all you have to do is cite the information, where it came from, who wrote it first, who is the injured party. Now, if you don't do that, and you cannot identify an injured party, for instance, who wrote the uniform? Who wrote it? Oh, some guy in Sumo. That's not an injured party. You're not plagiarizing his work. You don't even know who wrote it. Just because something is written down before something, it doesn't mean that it existed before. Once again, just because I write my book first. And you come along, experience the same thing I experienced, and write you. It doesn't mean that you plagiarized my book. We had the same experience. That's called cultural transformation. Our language is culturally translated between Phoenician, Cannanite proto-script, and Hebrew script because we share commonality. We even serve their gods. As far as L is concerned,
try proving that in court, Apostle.
It's the short form. L is the short form of the word Elohim. And L only means God. Elohim means gods.
Yeah, you about to get exposed.
El is not a personal name.
Let him finish.
The word Elohim is a plural form, although can be used in a singular form. In the Hebrew, the word Elohim is pronounced Elohim. In that case, the word Allah, A-H-L-A, is the same as saying El. It says God. And what it means in Hebrew is power. A power. El is a power.
Bro, ask the question. I don't need no lesson, bro. That's throwing my train of thought off. Like, I forgot your question because you think you need to give a lesson.
Yeah. No, Apostle. Ask the question, though, Apostle. He already did the teaching.
Well, you know, the thing is, a lot of things has been inserted.
Yeah, but it's not your job to do all that. Ask the question.
You know, the suntan talking about the white man. Well, you will know that Kitchen, the guy that wrote about the Anunnaki, Kitchen, he's a white guy, suntan. And the white Kitchen, he would not know anything about the Anunnaki because he's the one that ciphered it. He's a white guy. So you wouldn't know nothing about you wouldn't know nothing about Sandra Sucha. You wouldn't know nothing about that.
Apostle, do you have a question, though? Apostle, do you have a question?
There's the white man again feeding you information.
Apostle,
bro, I muted so he can rant.
All right, Apostle, man. Do you have a question, Apostle?
Yeah.
Ask your question.
Bro, what? He asked the question. He already don't remember it because he ran it so long.
All right, that's it. Go ahead, brother. Shay, go ahead, respond.
Bruh, first of all, you got up here lying. You got up here lying because everything that you just said up here, I can tell that you was Googling and reading off whatever source you got on your computer because it totally contradicts what you said the other day. Literally. And it's not a minor mistake made by a young brother because you're supposed to be an elder. That's A. You were just up here telling the brothers that Hebrew was the language of creation. Wasn't you? But now you go turn around right now and say, oh, Hebrew come from Phoenician Canaanite because I want to fit in with the crowd and try to embarrass a brother. That hating stuff looks stupid. It looks stupid when you rewind it. That's A. B, you talking about a cultural transformation, bro. Your God said he created everything. These people culture say your God didn't even exist. Wasn't no Yahuwah back then, since we want to do dates and check everything out. What was Yahuwah doing when El was a chief and when Marduk was a chief? What was Yahuwah doing? Dealing with bums, dealing with nomads, people who had no culture, nowhere to go. That's what he was doing. So don't you dare get up here trying to, that's what I'm saying, you trying to steal it from Inky. Yo, bum God can't cause no flood. He's a desert God. How he gonna try to take Inky's epithet and cause a global flood? It sounds stupid. How you go attribute these God stuff to your God stuff? That's the problem I'm saying. And then in the same breath, within your book, you call the Akkadians or the Assyrians and the Babylonians heathens. You don't call them, oh, they're just people who share our culture. That's what I'm saying. Lying Negro. Now it's, oh, they just share a culture with us. It's kumbaya because the brother pointing out how we taken from them. But in a regular setting, they're heathens and they're pagans and we don't worship their gods. Then let's stay away from them and don't follow the ways of the heathen. But now you want to straddle up with the heathen to go against me? It ain't gonna work like that according to the primary. Stop taking their stuff like I said. Find out what your God was doing when all of this was happening.
Damn, dropping bombs like a mother. Oh man, let me go to the king of this stuff right here. Morpheus is in the building, man. I know a lot of heads gonna be rolling on the platform. If you step into any blood, just back up and wipe your feet off, man. Let's go, Morpheus.
You're gonna have to wipe your feet off, right? I say this is a powerful. I gotta applaud you, my brother. I have to applaud your work.
Thank you, brother.
You did the work, right? Let me say this, right? Remember us always talk about the 3-card Molly game?
Yeah.
These guys, they're good at this game. If you don't keep your eyes on the red, you're going to pick the black. So what are we talking about here, right? If we're talking about, to understand this, right, this is for the layman, right? A lot of other people here who are a lot of more studied, if you will. But I like to talk to the layman. I like to talk to the layman who can do a simple research themselves, right? So we don't get caught up in the 3-card Molly. Now, when we talk about Israel or Israelites or the God of Israel, it's a simple question, right? Very simple. Did the Canaanites live before the Israelites? Yes or no? Anybody?
Yes.
Cool. Do you know how long they lived before the Israelites?
No.
They're the same stock.
No, I didn't ask you stock.
No.
Follow my
I
question.
didn't ask you that.
I didn't ask you about stock. I asked you, do you know how long? I'm specific in my question. Do you know how long the
About 10 generations.
How much?
About 10 generations. About 10 generations.
Over 1,000 years. Over 1,000. So before there was an Israel, Israelite, Abraham, all that stuff, you have this people group that's 1,000 years older. That's not even argument. Anybody in history, every scholar, no, even biblical scholars would tell you the Canaanites are 1,000 years older. I didn't say a year, not 10 years, not 25 years, not 100 years, 1,000 years. I want you to think about how long that is. Okay? Now, these people, this people group we're referring to, right? They have things that they believe and they worship. Just so happens that the deity that they worship is named or called El. Right? This is 1,000 years now. So for my brother that said, well, could they be, in the same time period and sharing culture? No. That's why I want to put you to understand we're talking 1,000 years. So if you have this people group that is 1,000 years older, and we find what they worship, what they believe, what were their deities.
Continuation.
To see El, we see Yahweh was a son of El. We see Elohim. And
we don't see that though until the Dead Sea Scrolls, Morpheus.
No.
We don't see Yahweh.
King J, King J, no. Let him put his foot in his mouth so I can kill him.
Hey, yo, why do y'all keep cutting the people off? Let Morpheus finish. No cutting off. Nobody.
Nobody cut me off now. Now, for you Bible believers, I'm talking to Bible believers. Share my screen, Sal. We're gonna simplify.
I'll let you go. I'll let you go next, King J. You next.
Watch this. Let's simplify this.
I'm after them.
I mean, yeah, I gotta let Kassar go next.
All right, share my screen, y'all. Is my screen sharing?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, in order to understand this, I like to look at the alphabet: A, B, C, D, E, F, G, so forth and so on. I'm not going to start at M. I'm going to start at A, because in order to understand M, I have to understand A. Does that make sense? So everything is predicated upon A. This is where the smoke and mirrors come in. But I'm going to remove it if we start at A. The very first page of your book. I don't care if you were Yahweh, Yahweh, whatever name makes you feel good. I want to look at the text. The text on page 1 tells me, according to your text, who created heavens and earth. Are you with me? So according to the text, this who creates heaven and earth, Elohim, not Yahweh, not Yahweh, not none of this. According to on page 1, the beginning of the story, this who creates heaven and earth. Now, if we click the lexicon number 430 on the side, and this is what anybody can do, research anybody can do. If you just click it, it's going to take you to the lexicon. Hold up 1 second. Boop. Let me look at the lexicon here. Stop sharing. Hold on, I'm frozen for a second. So anyway, let me stop sharing this out. 1 second. Why is my screen doing this? Oh, I got too many things open. 1 sec. Can you see me? Can you see me? Okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry, guys. All right, so here we go, right? So when we look at the Strong's 430 that I pressed, you see my screen?
Yes, your screen is up.
This is who creates heaven and earth. Elohim, right? Why is this important? Because according to the text, this who's the creator of heaven and earth. Am I right or wrong? According to the text.
And you know what's crazy about that? Even when you show them, it's like it's a sickness inside of an Israelite. Because when you show them, their brain still can't function.
This was crazy to me. This is the thing that's crazy to me. So according to the text,
watch Kassar fight you on this, and you show us why.
This was important. So if according to the text, this is who's the creator of heaven and earth. According to the text, right? On page 1. Now all we have to do is look, well, what does this mean? Where did this come from? Where does this name Elohim come from before the Israelites? Remember, that's why I established the Canaanites are 1,000 years older. We're going to find this name in the Canaanite pantheon. We're going to find this deity El, which is the singular, and the Elohim in the Canaanite pantheon, which is 1,000 years older. 1,000 years, not 1 month, not 10 years, not 25 years, none of this. They come from, like the brother was showing, out of these people, this people group called Canaanites, that are 1,000 years before there is an Israelite, before there is an Abraham. These people, somehow, how does this Canaanite deity make his way into your Torah? That's the question. If he originates in Canaan, how does he make his way into the Torah? This is the question nobody's dealing with. This is the question. I know y'all like to say Yahweh, Yahweh. I see that's the smoke and mirrors. I'm not dealing with it. I want to know from the beginning of the page of the beginning, according to the text, who's the creator of heaven and earth? And we see it's who? Elohim. That's what the text say.
All right. I want to give Kassar equal time to explain
I
this?
just want to ask Moses, Morpheus.
No. It's going to be too long. Nah, it's going to be too long. I'll let you go after King J, Apostle. Right now, I got to go to Kassad and let Kassad. I want to give him equal time so he don't think I'm just being biased here. So Kassad, please don't cut him off, y'all. Let the brother do his thing. Go ahead, Kassad.
Hey, Sir, can you do me a favor? Can you take me off the big screen? And I need you to share my screen, please.
You're going to answer Morpheus' question, right?
I got a lot of things to respond to.
On the Elohim thing?
I got a lot of things.
Is Elohim the creator or what? What you going to do?
That on the last time me and him had a conversation, he never addressed what I said. He never addressed the cultural context of what's being said. So
all right, let's go. Let's go, brother.
Cultural context and put it in the text inside of its cultural context, then we can have a conversation.
Why don't you just debate him? Call him out.
I called him out on the last live stream and you shut us down.
You said he ran from you?
Yes.
Oh wow.
But remember, literally he showed the dumb thing about Deuteronomy 32. I asked you to share my screen and you like, no, we got to move on.
Yeah.
So no, ain't nobody worried about dude. Like y'all think these guys they not nothing, bro. Can you just share my screen side, please? He act like we don't have the scholarship to refute this. Like this is ridiculous. So the first thing I want to touch on. They kept mentioning the Ugaritic text. Notice how they keep on mentioning the Ugaritic text, and nobody's put up the primary. The brother I said he deals with the primary. On the screen, I have the Ugaritic text from Mark Smith, the primary on the screen, bro. So stop playing with me. Stop playing with scholarship, bro. Where in this text is Yahweh ever mentioned? Name the Ugaritic text, please. You said KTU 1.14. I have it up here on the screen. Where is Yahweh in this text? We can read.
May I speak? May I speak?
Yo, what I just say, y'all? Hey,
he asking the question.
No. Hold up. Kassad, the last thing you want to do is ask a question, bro. Go on with your joint.
It's rhetorical questions.
Yeah. Let him go, because I'll say so we can get back to you. Then if y'all don't cut him off, he could be finished. Go ahead. I'm timing him right now.
I'm still talking. I'm asking it so when it's their time, they actually address what I'm asking them and actually address what I'm saying. Morpheus asked the brother a question. King J tried to say, oh, they came from the same stock. What did Morpheus say? I didn't ask you about stock. I did the same thing earlier. I asked him, where is El called Elyon in the Ugaritic text? He started talking about is he the father or the God? I didn't ask you about none of that. I said, where is he called Elyon in the text? And he didn't show it. No primary, no nothing. This here is the primary up on the screen. So when you talking about, oh, this person showed me, I don't care what they showed you. I have the text too. Put some respect on my name, man. Stop playing. I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. Right? So I want you to go to this is the actual Ugaritic text, bro.
I'm fighting back, baby. Let's go, Kassad. Bring it out.
Come on. This is the actual Ugaritic text. Notice this is Mark Smith book up here. Right? This is page 152. Everyone else talked about the text. I'm in the text. It says this. The identification with YW or either IEUO with the name Yahweh, however, Albright and Bar accept the identification of IEO with Yahweh. Despite the fact that there is no extra biblical reference to Yahweh prior to the Mesha Stele, the more considers cautiously and seriously the possibilities that YW is to be identified with Yahweh or that YW is a caricature of Yahweh. So this one name that they try to identify with Yahweh, the Israelite God, YW, listen to this very clearly. The more nonetheless notes that given the split identification of YW with Yam in 1.14, it seems unlikely YW is historically connected with Yahweh or Yahweh. What are we talking about here? The one time they try to identify Yahweh in the Ugaritic text is literally telling you that it's not him, that's in reference to Yam. But we keep on talking about the Ugaritic text. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about. Let's go into another source, right? And this is funny because this is already a debate I had. Y'all slept on it. Y'all slept on these sources, bro. Let's go into another one, right? So I'm gonna need you to just share my screen one more time because I gotta switch it over. I gotta share it one more time. I don't want to hear no more about a hypothesis. You keep talking about Mark Smith, Frank M. Cross. That is a hypothesis. Yahweh himself is not found in any Ugaritic text. He's not found in any Ebla text. None of that. Let's share the screen. I'm zooming in. I'm going to zoom in so y'all can see this very clear. I want you to see this very clear. Can y'all see it right and bright at the start of the paragraph?
Yes, we can see it. We can see it.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Very clear. It says Yahweh. We all know when it's talking about Yahweh is Yahweh, however you want to pronounce it. Yahweh was not known at Ugarit either. This man keep on talking about El in a council, and El gave Yahweh these inheritance of Israel. Where is Yahweh in the text of Ugarit, bro? Stop going to hypothesis that is not based on primary documentation to support your claim. Wssr already did this and he lost. It says right here, the single name YW, vocalization unknown, and a damaged passage of the Baal cycle can
highlight it like you've been doing. Highlight it as you read it.
We right here.
Okay, go ahead.
Cannot convincingly be interpreted as an abbreviation for Yahweh. Point blank serious. Point blank simple. I want a primary text that mentions Yahweh. Now I want y'all to hear something really quickly, because this is funny. I lost a debate, but Wssr agreed with me. Listen to this. I want everyone to listen to this.
Since Yahweh and El were originally
y'all hear the audio, right?
Yeah, we can hear it.
This is from the debate of Wssr versus Kasai, El versus Yahweh on sa.neter's platform. Listen to this dumb stuff.
deities, the question is raised about where Yahweh originated. Yahweh himself does not appear to have been a Cannanite god in origin. Remember, I just had to show you, he like, where's he at in the El-Cab? Where's the Akkadian? No, duh. You wasn't in Israel. You was in Syria. Didn't nobody read them books? They didn't want them. Yahweh himself does not appear to have been a Canaanite god in origin. For example, he does not appear in the Ugaritic pantheon list. How?
Bro, what is your own Kemetic scholars who y'all try to say beat me when he is admitting that I'm correct? What is we talking about here?
All right, time, brother. I gave you 5 minutes. Let me bring in
what he's done.
See,
you remind me.
Hold up. What you say, Kasad?
I just want to finish statement. I'm done.
Go ahead.
Con, we are sitting here playing with these people facing scholarship. It's time that we elevate this platform. We're not playing the show pictures and try to make our own. We are literally showing sources, primary documentation. Stop sleeping on people because they're Israelites and they believe in the Bible when we're showing sources. I want to see, if no one is showing a primary source, then don't respond to me. If you're not showing a primary source with a scholar, do not talk to me. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Ashe.
So he remind me. No, no problem. Now you remind me of this dude we used to know, man. We used to call him we call him Foots, and Foots used to box nothing. So what you just did was you just put together that whole hate speech towards my presentation for nothing. Now when you play this back, there's not one slide that I ever said, and I mean ever, goofy. This is why Wssr was laughing at you, because you just be making claims and stuff, but you don't listen that hard, and that's the problem with you. You got too much hate in your heart, Israelite. You won't get to Yahuwah like that. What happened was, when the question was, is Yahuwah a son of El? I didn't say anything. I was going to speak, and Sa said, yeah, man. And then the conversation continued from there. I never made the claim, not in my presentation, and not on this entire live stream, that Yahuwah is a child of El or even belongs in the Ugarit. What are you talking about, bro? Did you forget that he just dropped bombs because I literally just said that your God was a desert dwelling God, most likely dealing with the Midianites and the Edomites to be exact? Had that in my slides, bro. What are you watching? Stop. See, that's the thing, Sa. These cats, I gave you a 60 slide presentation, bro. And this is what you come with? Goofiness. Clownness. This is not making yourself look good. This is what I'm saying, brother. I never, and I mean ever. Let me read it because I wrote it down in the chat. I never said Yahweh was in the Ugarit. I never said I never within my slides said that the Ugarit text itself calls El Elyon. That was the title of my slide. Struggle for the Elyon. Goofy. There's nowhere where I said, yeah, the Ugarit say they called El the Elyon. No, if you read the slides and if you go back and if you watch the presentation and just be sincere for a while, you will literally see how El was described. I had a whole
with all the name calling, man.
You can wait. You got worked out. Now, okay, cool bean. Now, once again, when I went into who was El, 2 slides I believe was dedicated to El. Never wanted to say this is the Elyon. No, but this is the equivalent of the Elyon. What is the Elyon, guys? The Most High. Who was El in the Baal cycle, in the Ugarit, in the primary, like you want, before Baal defeated Yah? The Father God, the one calling the councils, was El. And then you ask the question, where in any text does it call El the Elyon? In your Bible. Maybe you should look in the mirror. You looking around for the Ugarit, you looking around for the Mesopotamian. Bro, go in your bathroom and look in the mirror and open your text and you'll be like, oh, it's us calling El Elyon. That's the primary text that's actually sent. It's you doing it. I ain't got to be long-winded because he just did a lot for a little. Next person.
Appreciate that. So I'm gonna just clear this up real quick. So to the brother Kassad, right? So you're very technical. So while it does not mention El as the Elyon, it mentions him as the Lamed Yad, right? The high one, right? So you're correct when it says that the word Elyon is not used in regards to El. Lamed Yad is high one, not most high, right? But when we look at the role of El in the actual Baal cycle, El is the patriarch in the cycle. You say you've read it, right? So it says, I'm reading it right here. So it says, El is the one who ultimately grants Baal permission to build his palace and confirms his kingship. It says that reflects El's status as a supreme authority over the pantheon, even if Baal holds the title of Elyon. So I think that just clears that up. Also, now I'm jumping back to the shared culture and the cultural continuum that I see instead of the plagiarism, right? So when we look at Ugarit, Amorite, Hebrew, Edomite, they're all Northwest Semitic languages. Same linguistics, same cognates, meaning the words mean the same in each language. Aleph Lamed, it's the same in the Hebrew, it's the same in every language. All of them, it's written the same. Even if you look at the way they write their poetry, right? We can say that the way that the entire Levant writes their poetry is the same, right? So we can even, so I'll ask the brother this. So when we talk about the Dead Sea Scrolls and Deuteronomy 32 verse 8, where we see Yahweh infused or inserted into that pantheon as one of the sons of El, will you say, I'm saying that the Dead Sea Scrolls is continuing in the tradition of the Ugaritic text by doing so, not so much plagiarism, because we don't. So this is the thing: in the Ugaritic text, we do not see Yahweh as one of the sons of El. We see that El portions his gifts to 70 the 70 gods, their individual people. But we see in the Dead Sea Scrolls that somebody has inserted Yahweh as one of those children. So are you saying, well, I'm saying that that's just a continuation of tradition that's already known in the land in the form of a poem, because we see it's actually called the Song of Moses, right? So in the Baal cycle is a poem. So what do you think about that?
Over here.
I want to first say, can we get the brother Humble Mystic out the back chat? That's my brother. That's my brother from my debate league. But I did want to say, I understand your point of view, brother, And I'm not going to sit up here and wrestle with you because that is a highly debated topic in itself. But what we see is even if they borrowing it, right? How you go borrow my clothes, take pictures in my clothes and all of this stuff, and then not even let everybody know it's my clothes? Like I get within a 50 slide presentation, we hung up on the word plagiarism. I understand that. But I gave a further definition of what I was about to do within my presentation. And I think I did everything far as what I came to do. The Bible does it reference the Baal cycle? No. Wait, one second. I'm not done. Does it reference the Baal cycle? No. Does it reference El as once the high God and the Father God? No. Not the way that it should. If it did, we wouldn't have guys like Kazak up here saying it doesn't, right? Does it give the veneration and proper veneration to these other deities that were chief deities beforehand? No, it doesn't. Actually, it demonizes them. Actually, it tells you to shy away from them. So it's not shared culture when it's telling you to do the complete opposite. Why it's doing what these other cultures doing. And say if I had no information of the Enuma Elish, after the Hasid, of the Book of Gilgamesh, Eridu Genesis, I was just reading the Torah for what it was. I would believe this is exclusive. I would believe God dropped this off. Yeah, it's got to be God work. But then once I open it up, see, I can accept the fact, and that's what I'm bringing forward, brother, that it's a pan-Semitic theme that we see being repeated. But they don't want to give it that. They don't want to attribute it to that, King J. They want to say Hebrew was the language of creation. They want to say Adam was the first man. They don't want to give the attribution of the ancestral and the chronology of the Semitic culture itself. They don't want to give that out. They don't even get into that. Most of these guys don't even study Semitic language as a whole.
Because I think the brother gave a great example earlier, right?
King J, once you pass the mic, you done. I got to go on around. I got to go around. Easy Bands, let's go.
No. So I'm next.
No, Easy Band ain't speak yet, brother. Easy Band ain't speak yet.
You said I was after King J.
What'd I just say, brother? Easy Band didn't speak yet, bro.
All right, come on.
Peace and blessings to the panel. Salute, self.
Have a little discipline, elder.
I'm having plenty.
Go ahead, King. Go ahead, Easy Band.
Respects. Appreciate you for bringing me up. Salute to the panel. I say I respect the presentation. I don't agree with it, but I respect you coming up and doing your thing. Just like anybody that throws some gloves on or gets in a cage or a ring, I respect that. You feel me? So, but obviously I disagree, and I'll just say one of the a few reasons why I disagree. First off, you already touched on the whole plagiarism thing, right? So you basically explained to the people that you're not really saying that it's a plagiarism, but you gave your context around that. So plagiarism really doesn't work in this context. On top of that, I just want to say I know a lot of people also spoke on the cultural aspect. That's a big thing because people are mixing up plagiarism versus cultural proximity. So the thing is that when people come from a certain culture, they're going to try to use the same ideas, the same thought process. They're going to use the same language to explain their thoughts and explain what's going on around them. And that's why you see some of these, similarities in the languages being used, the titles, etc. That's what's going on there. When it comes to the verse, I think it's what is it, Genesis, where it's basically talking about, or it's Deuteronomy, where it's talking about Yahweh was given an apportionment of people that he rules over. I want to just I don't know if Sa can share my screen. I wanted to show you guys a verse from Genesis 14. Now, the verse that I'm going to show you, I know that Deuteronomy, let me make that bigger. Hold on 1 second. So everybody can see. I don't know how to make this bigger, but I'll just read it to y'all. But all right, let me just preface before going into that. So according to the scholars, they basically say, I know Deuteronomy is an older book, in regard to when it was written or completed than Genesis, right? But there are aspects in Genesis that are older than Deuteronomy. And this verse right here, verse 14, is one of them. All right. So let me just go. It's in Hebrew. It's basically defining the Hebrew, right? So it's Genesis 14, verse 22. It says, "But Abram replied to the king of Sodom, I have raised my hand to the Lord, God Most High, creator of heaven and earth." Now here, Yahweh is mentioned, right? The name Yahweh is there, along with God, El, and Most High, Elyon, mentioned as one creator being. So this right here basically disproves anything that anybody's trying to say when it comes to Yahweh being the son of El, etc., because it shows you Genesis 14, 22, which is an older tradition. It goes even further, even older than Deuteronomy, and it shows you right there that God is being using the three titles for God right there, Yahweh. So I don't want to be long-winded. Once again, brother, I appreciate and I respect you for presenting. I obviously disagree. It's all peace.
I say to that. When it come down to the first part of what you said. Now, like I said, on a scholastic level, let me brighten my camera up a little bit. Sorry. On a scholastic level, of course, I agree. I could see the cultural. This is why we're bringing this forth. We're showing that it's a pan-Semitic story, showing a pan-Semitic theme. But when you present, see, it looks good and it's cool because I'm the one presenting it. This is what I'm trying to announce. But when you tell this, have these generic conversations with your local Christian and your local Israelite, they know how they're going to agree with that. They won't dare. If I was like, man, that's just another epithet of the Inky story, man. That it ain't really original. Yeah, I just telling that. No, it's not. This is the word of God. Like I've already also gave the disclaimer within the presentation. I'm not attacking historical Hebrews. Historical Hebrews know who the hell he is. It's y'all Negroes who don't know who historical Hebrews is. They don't got a problem letting you know that they had close association with El, Baal, Yahoo, even Dagon. They don't got a problem. And they had consorts too that y'all don't, So if I was to get up here and give a whole presentation about Yahuwah having a consort, I would hear brothers say, "Oh yeah, of course he had a consort." There's other primaries that say that. But when you have these generic conversations with your local Israelite and your local Christian or whoever believes in these Abrahamic religions, they don't agree and they give you pushback. So I'm glad that even the Christians and the Hebrews are now coming to this thought with me. I'm glad y'all are now admitting it, that this ain't the word of God, that this ain't God's story. That's what y'all admitting. And that's all I was here to bring out. Thank you.
Like the video, thumb up the video. All right, I gotta let my big brother Apostle go in. I'm gonna give him 5 minutes, y'all. I know y'all don't like this, but I gotta let him go in. He gonna think I'm being biased. And before I do that, I gotta say, Yara, bring your ass up in here, man. Stop hiding in the chat. You ain't never been a coward. You have never been a punk. Bring your butt up in here and say what you got to say. Get out the chat. We don't do that, Yara. We men. We come up in here and fight like a man, brother. Stop being a little pussycat. We got the term now where we begin to call them kittens. You're being a kitten. Don't be no kitten, brother. Go ahead, Apostle. I'm giving you time. I'm timing you right now.
Thank you, man. I'm starting my show at the top of the hour. That's why I'm in a rush. A couple of things, man. Number one, I didn't just say that Hebrew was the language of creation. I read it from the text in the book of Jubilees. I didn't say it. Jubilees said it. So don't come putting that on there saying like I made it up. Okay? The book of Jubilees says it. That the language, Hebrew. And another thing, man, I think you got a misnomer about who is a Hebrew. Abraham had 8 sons. 7 of those sons were Hebrews, just like we are. But the difference is they're not Israelites. Yes, Mennonites and many of them, even Ishmael, was a Hebrew. He just wasn't an Israelite. He wasn't from the loin of Jacob. In order to be an Israelite, you had to be born of Jacob. For Morpheus, I just want to share my screen side. Go back to the blue letter and show what Morpheus didn't show. Everybody know in Genesis 1, because it says there, Elohim. But what is Elohim? First of all, it's a masculine noun, and it's a plural. It's more than one. So Elohim ain't one person. Morpheus. El is one person. And it means God. Let me show you. God. That's all it means. It's not a name. H430. In the following manner. God, gods, small g, judges, capital G 5 times, goddesses, great, not almighty, but mighty. It even means angels who submit to God. It's plural. It's rulers. That's why in 126, it says, let us make man in our image. And if Elohim is making man in Genesis chapter 1, male and female, who's saying that Adam was the first? Who's saying that? Adam, whatever took place with Adam, it happened in the next chapter, after the first chapter. Human beings are already on the planet. And from those human beings, Adam was chosen. Follow me over to the Colosseum. And what you're going to find out is that Christ was the first Adam. And he's the last. That's what you're going to find out. And rather, who is Christ, whether he's God or not. Because if Christ is God, then Adam was God. Because Christ was the first Adam. But I'll get into that. Ain't no big deal. The work is easy. God-like ones. God is his work, a special possession for God. God is not a personal name. And yes, we worship foreign gods. It's called idolatry. In error, we did so. Nobody did that better than Solomon with his 300 wives and 1,000 concubines. That's what turned his heart from God. The gods of his wives and the gods of his women. As God told him about multiplying women unto yourselves. You'll begin to worship their gods. Like how Samson lost his strength.
All right. Thank you, Apostle. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, y'all want to see something, a presentation?
Thank you, Apostle.
It's not on elementary level.
Thank you.
where I'm at.
I'm gonna give you one little quick response. I know what an Israelite is. That's why I said that they never called that these people. I'm not attacking Hebrew peoples. I know what an Israelite is. You know, and it's not too many. There's no attestation for the word Israelite. Now, I saw the struggle with El, just like I showed the struggle for Elion. El was struggling. Now, that was a cult. That was an El cult that existed, and you see certain manuscripts. They say they saw the Misha Stele and stuff like that. That's an El cult. That ain't Israel, the person, or it's not inspired by the man, nothing like that. Like, stop it. But and then the second half of your presentation, what you just said, brother, was like kind of like it was all philosophical. It was all theology. And then you added Jesus Christ, which nobody ever even was talking about in this conversation. Like, you can have philosophy, bro. I don't care. I'm like, I'll let Morpheus tear you up on that because you attacked him in the beginning.
Sir, can I talk, please?
Yeah. Yo, man. All right.
Do I gotta wait or what?
Let's go. Go ahead.
Okay. What's the brother name again?
The presentation is sharing.
Okay. Is this the Mark Smith you talking about, bro? That just showed when you showed your presentation? Your slides.
No, I went to the origins of early monotheism.
No, I'm talking about the brother. What's his name? Sheva? What's his name again? The one with the Kazat. Is that the same Mark Smith you're referring to?
Kazat, unmute yourself.
He's muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Is that the same?
That's not the same book, no.
Okay, but this is a scholar, right?
That's Mark Smith. That's not the same book, though.
Well, but it's the same Mark Smith, though, right?
Mark Smith, yep.
Okay. I want y'all to watch what Mark Smith, the same guy that he pulled up, I want y'all to see what he says, right? See, because here's the funny stuff, y'all. Before I show this, let me ask you a question. Hey, Sal, why everybody? Let's say you're going to see a doctor, right? And you want to know if that doctor credentials, is he good? What's his record before he operates or do anything on you? Wouldn't you do that?
Yeah.
Would you do that?
Of course.
Yeah, they do.
Of course you would, right?
Yep.
Okay. Why do I say that? What these guys is doing, they're looking for scholars that agree with them. Right? So they have a position that's called confirmation bias. They'll look for somebody who agrees with my position and say, hey, I'm going to show you scholarship. You have not checked the consensus of scholars on the guy you like. And you have not read his all work. You just found something that said, hey, this gives me a warm feeling in my tummy. Let me use this. So watch this, y'all. We're going to go look at your boy. Let's see what your boy says. This is his book, The Early History of God. Can y'all see this?
Yeah.
He's talking about the early history of God, Yahweh, and the other deities in ancient Israel. Let's see if he agrees with everything that I said. Boom. Let's go to page 4. Israelites, Canaanite heritage. Did I say that or not?
Yes.
He says early Israelite culture cannot be separated easily from the culture of who? Canaan, right? Right? So
right.
Even in his book, he's telling you the Israelite culture can't be separated from Canaan. He showed you that where El and all these they come from. He's showing you in his book that they can. The highlands of Israel in the Iron Age, circa 1200 to 587, reflect continuity with the Canaanite, or better, West Semitic culture during the preceding period, both in highlands and the contemporary series of the coasts and valleys. What is he saying? What is he saying, y'all? The guy you like is telling you that the Israelite culture, their belief system, all these things is part of their culture, comes from Canaan. Insane. And your own guy, that you picked out something that you liked is telling you this. That y'all, where's he saying it? In his book, The Early History of God, Yahweh and the Other Deities of Ancient Israel. I advise you to read this book, and he tells you all this stuff, Yahweh, El, that they all come from out of Cain, which is what I've been saying.
Damn,
I've been saying this.
So
He ain't, I said it, Sa. They not gonna look good on that playback, bro.
You my brother, Kassar, but you done, man.
Please let me
Yo,
respond.
Sa.
Because all he did was just
Hold on, y'all. Everybody, hold on. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Let me finish. So again, right? All you have to do, ladies and gentlemen, that's in the chat watching the show, go to this book, Mark S. Smith, the guy that he picked, him, and look at this book and read it. And he's going to confirm what Wssr said. He's going to confirm what I said. It's all right here in the same book. But he's not going to tell you about this book. He just picked out something that, hey, man, I'm going to take this part, right? And look, watch this. Let me ignore all the rest of the stuff. Let me ignore. Yo, Wssr, I tell you, the 3-card Molly is a mother over here, bro. Crazy.
Man.
3-card Molly is crazy, right? Well, but watch this. Now, even when we looked at what Apostle just showed, or what he spoke, did you notice nothing he said addressed what I said about Genesis?
Nothing.
Nothing. Nothing. He just did a whole tap dance and preached and said, well, Elohim, it means gods. And it sounds like we know that. we all kind of know that already, bro. Right? We know that. But the part is, they're not addressing, nobody addressed what I said. I asked you about Genesis 1. Don't take me to Judges. Don't take me to Deuteronomy. If I'm talking about Genesis 1 and who creates heaven and earth according to the text, why are you taking me to Deuteronomy?
Right.
Genesis is before Deuteronomy. I'm taking you to A. I'm dealing with A. I'm not dealing with M, L. I'm not going down the line. I'm dealing with A. And according to A, Elohim is the ones who creates heaven and earth. I'm not saying I believe that, but I know the text. This is what the text say. Now, y'all can come later on and say, well, Yahweh. Well, we know how Yahweh and El gets combined. We know that historically. But we just know, we just showed, and as the brother was showing, what we're addressing is, at least what I'm addressing, is where does he come from? Where does he come from? I'm not asking you where he is, where y'all think he is now. I'm asking A, the letter A. Where does he come from? What is his origin? This is what we're asking. This is the question we're asking. Because these people, I'm going to stop right now, Sa. Listen, these people, the Canaanites, are existing 1,000 years before there's an Abraham, an Isaac, and all this. And they got him there. He's there. All these deities, it's like, I'm trying to figure out how you're going to tap dance around that. Go ahead.
All right. God Energy, what's up, man?
Peace, y'all. I want to say good job to my brother Shay. Proud of you, bro. And y'all got a problem up here because everything that Ashe said could be substantiated by the genetic evidence. When you look at the word,
I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm gonna let you continue. What I like about Ashe is he bringing on the young people, and that's what we need, man. We need these young boys to get up in here. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead, Ashe. Go ahead, God Energy.
Salute. So, like I said, everything that he said could be substantiated with primary evidence, like the work genetics, history, what's it called? History, interpreting geographical patterns of Y chromosome variation, right? You could look at the anatomist, Sir Arthur Keith, and his statements about the ethnic makeup of the early peoples in this land. So when he says it's Hamitic, that could be substantiated genetically. There's artifacts that substantiate what he's saying about the Shadu and the Shaddai correlation. And what really seems to be coming about with this research is that the Israelites are Canaanites. They didn't plagiarize from the Canaanites. When we think of Canaanites, we think of the city-states of the Canaanites. But what Israel, Edom, Ammon, Moab, and Judah, they represent Canaanite kingdoms, because after the Bronze Age collapsed, when the Hittites fell, when the Assyrians fell, when the Egyptians fell, due partly to the invasion of the Sea Peoples, they were not being oppressed by these peoples anymore. So the Canaanites went from city-states and they formed actual kingdoms. These Canaanite kingdoms you know of as Israel, Judah, Ammon, Moab, and Edom, right? So this is their native culture. And the brother is right. It's very pan-Semitic. And you can see a little bit of this Canaanite culture creeping in with the Amorites, whom Hammurabi descends from. So when you look at the lineage of Hammurabi himself, he also has Amorite Canaanite origins. So thank you for opening the door on this, because one of the biggest conspiracies in history is the hidden influence of these Canaanites. The Phoenicians are Canaanites. The Carthaginians, Hannibal, he was a Canaanite. The Hyksos are Amorite Canaanites. Hammurabi descends from Amorite Canaanites. And this very Bible itself is a Canaanite text that has been corrupted. And the consensus is, when you look back, the Israelites have a Canaanite identity. The Hebrews seem to be a Hellenistic fabrication.
All right, Sankofa, I see you, but you're gonna have to go next after this other brother, and you're after him, Sankofa, because he ain't speak yet. Humble Mystic, what's up, brother?
Blessings, sir. I just want to say again, just like Brother God Energy was saying, congratulations, brother Ashe, man. You did a great job on your presentation and whatnot. And again, you brought out a lot of great information that these Israelites are not ready to deal with, right? Just like Morpheus brought out the first verse of Genesis, who is that elf, right? Just like God Body was just saying, these are Canaanites, right? And so what we have here is a modern day people who don't even understand or have a clear grasping on the history of the lineage they're claiming to be, right? They're just making stuff up. They don't even know the Semitic language, because if they knew the Semitic language, right, then they would know that instead of saying, oh, well, all of this is before the Hebrew, then they would know that, okay, well, these people spoke they spoke Phoenician Canaanite. So if they're speaking Phoenician Canaanite, then how are they not taking their ideas? This is why when you see El in the Phoenician, right, it's stemming from a deity. So they take that same idea and they put it inside of their culture. But we don't only see them do this with El. We see them do this with a lot of other deities. They do it with wisdom, right? When the Deuteronomists are trying to appease a king, right, they take out wisdom, right? And then, they take out Asherah. And then later on, they put in wisdom to replace Asherah. How do we know this? Because they're both represented by a tree. So when we see the symbology, right, we can tell that these people they don't have their own culture. These people have a culture of an earlier culture called the Canaanites. And this is what these people don't want to deal with. They don't want to deal with that part of their history, if this is their history. And I land my plane with that. Thank y'all for allowing me to speak.
Got to get a young soldiers a bomb, because they in here doing the knowledge, whether we agree or don't agree. But a lot of us agree with some of these young brothers, and they doing the knowledge. They could have been doing a lot of other crazy stuff. But I see you, son. I see you, my brother. You go right after Cosmic. Cosmic, you got the mic, brother.
All right. I wanted to kind of piggyback off of Morpheus was saying
piggyback.
Yeah. Say. When he said the 3-card money thing, right? And then they're getting you to look the other way. My brother Ashe brought out a ton of evidence. The conversation is clearly focused on El. Everybody likes to talk about El, and so that's good. But Ashe brought up the flood story, which is a deep wound when it comes to authenticity. Ashe brought up the ribs and Inky. You know, that's another cut right there that hasn't been addressed. Everybody is silent on that joint. Ashe brought up Inanna spending 3 days in the underworld. Nobody is talking about that. Everybody is talking about El. Everybody wants to talk about El, and that's cool. But I thought his presentation was on the plagiarism, right? So I thought he was only going to focus on one area. But this brother covered the Old Testament and the Gospels and the New Testament. So it's not just one thing he's talking about. He's talking about this story that everybody is harping on, this story that has our people in a trance and dedicated to a culture and then dedicated to a certain geography is a mythological story made up and copied from other cultures. I think people are missing that. We're just focusing on El. When this brother is telling you they are taking stories from other people and then calling it authentically original. That's what the cold part is. And everybody in this conversation now, because it's important, is focusing on El. But let's not forget all the other bombs that this brother dropped on his presentation. So, Brother Ashe, I wanted to know, what do you think about that? Nobody's even addressing these other points.
But first, before he do that, I gotta drop a bomb on that. That's good observation, brother. Go ahead, Ashe.
I think I need to call me and my big old brothers the bomb squad. God Energy, Saint Kofa, Humble Mystic, even the Pit Bulls of the world. We need to be the bomb squad because that's vital, man. That's vital, Saint Kofa. Like that's why I kept saying, like, I gave y'all a 50 slide presentation and we up here talking about El. That to me, that's surrender. To me, that's white flag. To me, that's I'm rolling over on my belly. It's over with. This brother didn't slay. I'm slaying them. They beat down. They can't come off of that for real. That's all that is. It's those things. Like, and it also shows the hate culture that has developed among the Black conscious community, where it's like, yeah, I'm gonna come to his presentation just to watch what I can hate on, and that's not good, man. It's not good. Like, yeah. So what? I slipped up on like what, a couple 100 years on the date. Y'all don't know when. Y'all don't even know when Jesus was born. We just celebrated Christmas, and everybody could have swore that was Jesus' birthday. Yeah, that's chronologically wrong, but hey, you know the world's doing it. El and his Elion and the Ugarit. Like, see how they take minute stuff. It shows that, like, we gotta get better. Far as I read, that's why y'all are weak debaters. That's why the guys that actually are sitting here disagreeing with me, they ain't won no debate or even had one. They ain't got no solo presentation. Where's that? Cause you came out there and the Sumerian kind of embarrassed you. How dare you say you beat a Sumerian? Like, that's the stuff I'm talking about. So yeah, you absolutely right, Cosmic. It shows that everybody's not an intellectual like they say. They're doing that on the spot, little research on the spot, trying to take down one point because they're not even scholastically adept or equipped enough to follow an entire 50 slide presentation.
Go ahead. All right, our son. And I see you, Zion Wardchild. You right after our son.
Sorry, they called me like 3 times. Can I respond after?
Right after Zion Wardchild. I'm gonna let you respond. Go ahead, our son.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Peace and blessings to the panel.
You in the dark, man. You in the dark.
I'm in a different room.
All right, go ahead. Don't worry. Go ahead.
I was saying peace and blessings to the panel, and I'm glad you brothers brought this up because this is something I've been talking about for a minute, and even Zion can contest to that. And just a quick minute, I'll get some footnotes on it. The way this all goes down is when Abraham's father Terah was an idol worshiper. It was 3 sons. Abraham, Nahor, and Haran. Haran dies. So when Haran dies, Abraham and his father, Lot, and Sarah all leave, but Nahor stays there. And when Nahor stays there, he's still an idol worshiper. Once Nahor stays there, Abraham takes up a family, moves aside. So then after Abraham, I'm just rushing through it for you. After Abraham has Isaac, Abraham sends for his wife, Rebecca. So when Rebecca comes back into play, she's the one, her family, her side brings the idol worshipers back in this play. So she has a brother named Laban and a father named Bethuel. When Laban and Jacob come together, because after he steals the blessing from Esau, then he goes to Laban. Now, when you go to Genesis 31:53, I don't know if you could pull it up, Sal, or anybody can look at it. It talks about the God of Nahor and the God of Abraham. And it says the God of their fathers betwixt, and that's Laban, the brother, speaking. Now, when the brother is saying the God of their fathers, is because they're all idol worshipers. So you'll hear Jacob saying that I only find fear in my father, Isaac. So when you read down a little more after that, it then tells you that Laban says that these are my children. These are my daughters, and they take the idols with them. So this is where El comes from. This is where Yahweh comes from. It's only in the side of the Israelites and Israelites alone, because they're community gods that they've accepted. They're not part of the lineage of the creator who Abraham was following, who Ishmael would have followed, and who Esau would have followed. So this is something I've been speaking on for so long. You go look at Genesis 31:53, it will give you a better understanding where these two different gods is coming from. It was Rebekah and Laban that took Abraham's monotheistic back to polytheism when they came into play. And I'll rest from there. Thank you, my brother.
All right, thank you. All right, let's go, my man, War Child. Hey, War Child, are you ready to make the crossover yet, brother?
Crossover to where?
Crossover to the right side.
Yeah, Rastaman all every day.
Right.
Highly first. So yeah, the plagiarism thing, you know what I'm saying? The brother talked about scholarship. I've been in tons of debates. I don't know if this brother's ever seen me before. You know what I'm saying? Wins and losses is, you know what I'm saying, is subjective. So the plagiarism thing, this is what I wanted to point out. Plagiarism requires a single author, you know what I'm saying, copying of a text, claiming that it as an original, right, within a literary or academic context, right? Ancient cultures don't operate. This is what I was trying to say before. Now, I have no objections with some of the things that you're saying with the pan, you know what I'm saying, theological, you know what I'm saying. I don't know, how did you say it again, brother? Pan, what was it again? I like that statement.
Pan-Semitic.
I like that. I like that term, right? So cultural continuity, you know what I'm saying? Israelites inherited the same language, symbols, and cosmology as their Canaanite neighbors. This is a normal for ancient Near Eastern cultures, right? So we see a lot of that cultural transmission, like my brother King J, you know what I'm saying, was just bringing out cultural transmission, cultural continuity. Ideas move across generations and regions, the Ugaritic to the Canaanitic to the Israelite, you know what I'm saying, is a textbook example of that transmission. You know what I'm saying? Cultural transformation. Here's where we're getting it twisted, that people are stealing and then changing people's stories. Okay, so Israelite religion reinterprets the shared material. So if I said, like, for instance, you know, real quick, if you know, in just using science from an objective standpoint, you have one person who say like my brother Ankh West, you know what I'm saying, big shout out to Ankh West, you know what I'm saying, and those brothers over there. He always brings out, you know, what's his name, freaking the dude with the, you know what I'm saying, evolution. You know, he came up with one thing, and then another person, you know what I'm saying, built off of that, and then another person builds off of that. That is not plagiarism for somebody to say, oh, well, he had a good idea, but he was wrong here, and so this is where we're transferring that. I'm just using that as a demonstrative, you know what I'm saying, of how people looked at their pantheons and how they looked at the pantheons of other people and such. You know, say, okay, they believed it this way, we believe it that way, and they're wrong and we're right. And everybody did that. You know what I'm saying? Everybody does that, right? So you had the El becomes identified with Yah, Israelite religion, reinterprets the shared material. El becomes identified with Yahweh. Asherah is gradually suppressed. And like the brother had brought out, we saw the wisdom, you know what I'm saying, the Ruach or the Chokmah, you know what I'm saying, later on, right? Baal becomes polemicized. I think King J was speaking up a little bit about the polemics, right? Then the divine council becomes angels. Polytheism becomes monolatry. monolatry or monotheism. But we already know that prior to the 7th and 6th century BC, that they were not monotheistic, they were henotheistic, meaning that they acknowledged other gods' existence and those other people's gods, right, existed, but they just simply chose that Yahweh, or, you know what I'm saying, or El Elyon, you know what I'm saying, what have you, was the highest, you know what I'm saying, God. The brother was just talking about how I forgot who it was, the brother who was on the panel before, how El preceded Marduk. I thought it was all interesting. And I already agreed, you know what I'm saying, like that wasn't nothing that you brought out to me about the Esther. That I 100. You know what I'm saying? That God is not even referenced in that book. You know what I'm saying? So the connection with Ishtar and everything like that. But I just want to make sure that we're not misusing words and making fallacies of equivocation, a transmission, cultural transformation, and cultural continuity throughout generations of people in the specific geographic region, throughout time and generations, sharing history, sharing all of that stuff. That is not plagiarism. Plagiarism is specific. Okay, so we have to make sure that we do that. All right.
I don't know why. I don't know why you talked so much about plagiarism when you already agreed that the Bible is plagiarized. So
in the context that he was stating, if he said in this context,
hold on,
in that context,
but you already
that it's all plagiarized.
No, it's all good, brother. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
It's all good that you already admitted that the Bible was plagiarized. I mean,
objection. You misrepresented.
No, you did. Remember when I asked you the question?
You asked me the question, and I said, in the context that you're stating, I would have to agree, but that doesn't mean that I'm agreeing that your context is 100.
So I'll ask you again for clarity.
Reality. I don't think
I'll ask you again for clarity.
Yeah.
Do you agree that the Bible have taken stories from other cultures that been here before them? Yes or no?
That is not a yes or no answer. Did they take?
Yes, it's a yes or no
answer. Did they share, or was it transmitted?
No, it wasn't shared.
It was shared.
No, listen to me.
That's
if
what
it
I'm
was
saying.
shared, they would put it in the scripts and say where they got it from.
Well, all right, so watch this.
This come from Egypt.
Perfect example. Watch this.
No.
I son just brought it out. He said,
hold on, brother.
He brought up Abraham.
This is what Morpheus be saying. When we ask a question, you try to go somewhere else with the question.
It's a loaded question.
Specifically, do you agree that the Bible have taken stories from other stories that been here already?
I don't believe in that word taken, so I'll say no. Taken.
Oh.
No, not taken.
So wait, sa.neter, what we gotta observe what's happening. We gotta observe what's happening real quick. The man is up here trying to give me a lesson on the definition of plagiarism, but in the same breath, stop. But just said, I don't believe in the word taken. Man, so how you gonna come up here and tell me what verbiage I need to use then?
Bro, see,
can I respond?
It's hypocritical, bro. Let's move on.
One at a time. Watch out.
Can I respond to something the brother was saying?
Who's talking?
The young brother. I like what he said.
I'm sorry, God Energy.
Yeah, go ahead, God Energy. Go ahead, respond. I got you, Kassar. Don't worry.
Much appreciated, because I don't want the conversation to move away from the cultural diffusion. The word you were looking for is cultural diffusion, right? To imply it's pan-Semitic, it's shared, people live next to each other. So of course they pick up each other's slang every once in a while. That's not what happened with the Canaanites and the Israelites. The Israelites are Canaanites, and they are practicing their own Canaanite tradition when they are worshiping El, when they are worshiping Yahweh. And the polemic is very telling in this, because you can relate it back to the polemic between the Amen priesthood and the Aten priesthood when Akhenaten instituted his Atenism. It caused a polemic with the Amen priesthood, all within the Egyptian theological system. That is exactly what the Bible does. That's why the Bible constantly polemicizes against Canaanite gods.
Right.
It's Baal that's Yahweh's greatest rival. It's Asherah who was worshipped in the temples with Yahweh. So when you look at whom is being polemicized against, it is another Canaanite deity being Baal. So that right there is also very telling that this is a Canaanite text. And when you look at the populations in Elephantine, the populations in Mesopotamia, through the Persian period and beyond, you can see certain things that are very telling. You can reference the work of Gad Barnea, who worked from the Persian period onward, and then compare that with Jonathan Adler. These are archaeologists who worked from the 1st century backwards to analyze this culture that we're talking about here. So what the scholastic and archaeological consensus is coming to be is that the Israelites themselves are Canaanites, which is why we see so much comparison and synonymous practices between them. So these people are Canaanites, and it is the Greek influence that has this polemic and Hebrew identity divorcing the Israelite tradition from the Canaanite ethnic group that they belong to.
Okay, so
these people are Canaanites.
Respond, please.
And why are you fighting so hard, Zion? Lex? You
I'm about to agree with the brother. He made a.
You're a Rastafari. Why are you fighting? Haile Selassie. You Haile Selassie, man.
Hey, son, can I tell you why he's fighting?
Let me respond. Stop. Don't do that. Because I beat you in a debate, bro. I whooped you.
Hey, pull up my definition of plagiarism.
Stop.
Pull up my,
don't do that.
He's fighting because he's an Israelite.
All right, hold on, y'all. Go ahead, War Child. And then I got to go to Kassad, man.
All right, so real quick, the brother just said what he said, that they were Canaanite. How can they plagiarize Canaanite doctrine if they're Canaanites? So that what he just said literally shows what I'm saying. So regardless of
go to my definition of plagiarize,
sir, can I finish what I'm saying? I didn't cut you off. I was agreeing with you, brother. Right? So at the end of the day, move out of here, brother. We're having a religious conversation here about and here comes the pseudo cultist,
the pseudo of more pseudos,
the pseudo of pseudos, the killer of pseudos with pseudoisms, right? Scientific pseudoisms. But let's go. So real quick, I didn't want to make this long. So when this brother just said that, he's saying that these are Canaanite people. That actually still does not take away what I'm saying from plagiarism. Actually supports that I'm saying about cultural transmission continuity. He said diffusion. I have no argument with it. Thank you, sir. You just backed me, bro. You just supported what I just said. So if they're Canaanites, how can they steal from themselves?
They stole from
Mesopotamia.
All right, hold on. I got to go to Kassad. Let's go to Kassad. If I was you, Kassad, I wouldn't even deal with this right now, brother. You putting the light on yourself. Go ahead, Kassad. You ain't gonna take my advice, but you're gonna jump out there. Go ahead.
We putting the light on that false scholarship that these niggas keep doing.
You in the house of lions right now, brother.
No,
the toughest environment to be in. But you know what? I gotta respect you for that because you in here fighting tooth and nail. Y'all riding he's being a kitten. He in the chat. But go ahead. He ain't here to help you, brother.
I don't need help.
All right, go ahead.
The funny part. Morpheus, you can take me out the big screen because I'm finna share screen. Morpheus sat up here and talked to y'all about the 3-card Monty hand game. He just played it on y'all and y'all didn't even notice it. This is my audio from my last time I spoke. Not one time did I ever say Mark Smith is agreeing with me. Actually, Mark Smith is a critic. He's a critic. He says that El gives Yahweh his portion. I went to Mark Smith's work. This is how I know y'all don't follow along. I said I don't want to hear anybody's theory. I want to see the primary documentation. Listen to this. So, the first thing I want to touch on, they kept mentioning the Ugaritic text. Notice how they keep on mentioning the Ugaritic text and nobody's put up the primary. The brother I say said he deals with the primary. On the screen, I have the Ugaritic text from Mark. That's exactly what I pulled up, the actual primary text. We read that Yahweh is not in the primary text. Why would he go to you talking about some, oh, Mark Smith said that the Israelites come from the Canaanite culture? That's his theory. Go to the primary and show Yahweh in the text. He didn't do it. And I told you he wasn't going to do it, but he was going to respond to me and act like he did it. I showed 3 different sources. I showed Mark Smith himself. Oh, I didn't? I didn't? Hold on. Let's share screen. I didn't show 3 different sources? Okay. Let's share screen real quick. And I'm finna, we're gonna see how much, if the people are gonna lie or if we're gonna be truthful about the scriptures, or are we just gonna hate because I believe in the Bible. Let's see how truthful we finna be. Share my screen, side, please.
Your screen is sharing.
This was just in my last round. Right? So I didn't read this right here. Yahweh was not known at Ugarit either. I didn't read that. Everyone right now, drop a 1 in the chat if I'd read this on my last go.
Yeah, you read that. Yeah, we all saying
Why
that.
is he up here talking about a hypothesis when I asked him for the primary documentation? I asked you for the Ugaritic text, and he talking about we playing 3-card money. He's playing 3-card money with y'all. The hypothesis that Frank M. Cross and Mark Smith come with, they will tell you themselves that when they go to the text, for one, Yahweh is not mentioned in the Ugaritic text. And 2, when they go to Deuteronomy, in which they think they're talking about El, they tell you for them to get that understanding, we have to go outside of the biblical text. Because as Easy Bands just showed in Genesis 14 and 22, Yahweh is the El Elyon. He's never going to address that. Yahweh is the El Elyon. So when we get, and this is what I also read, I need you to keep sharing the screen, side. I need you to keep sharing the screen.
You're not sharing nothing.
You put me on the big screen and knocked it off. Hold on.
No, you're not sharing nothing.
I'm sharing.
All right. You up now. I see it.
This is what they keep on not actually responding to. I asked for the primary that says that Elyon is El in the Ugaritic text. Nobody ever did that. Nobody ever pulled up the primary. King J, even on his last time, I had to tell King J stop talking because King J admitted that Yahweh is not found in the Ugaritic text. That assertion comes from the Dead Sea Scrolls, a biblical text. When we get to the Bible, stick to the scriptures. Don't try to jump to a whole other culture that has a whole different context to their writing. Right? Let's keep reading this. Right? I read this article several times. It says this. Last but not least in importance, the idea.
Highlight it. Where you at?
We right here.
Okay.
Yahweh receiving Israel as his allotted nation from his father El is internally inconsistent in Deuteronomy. In Deuteronomy 4 and 19 through 20, a passage recognized by all who comment on these issues as an split parallel to Deuteronomy 32, 8 verses 9, the text informs us that it is Yahweh who allotted the nations to the host of heavens, we reading right here, and took Israel as his own inheritance. They keep on telling, hold on. I'm one more. I'm going to flip to the next screen because this is another Mark Smith work. Dang, why did it stop sharing?
You stopped it. You said you're going to the next screen.
I just flipped it, but it stopped. That was my computer. It stopped it. Right? One more. I got one more source, right? It's up on the screen. This is another Mark Smith work. I'm just waiting for it to show.
It's up there.
This is another Mark Smith work. Mark Smith himself admits for him to get that Elyon and El in Deuteronomy 32 is talking about the Canaanite god El, he has to go outside of the biblical context of the scripture. He admits that himself. What are we talking about here? This is what I mean by they playing with y'all and playing with scholarship. And really, he's the 3-card Mahdi expert. I asked him for the primary on Ugarit, and what did he do? He went to Mark Smith's commentary and opinion. So let's read Mark Smith. Let's read Mark Smith's commentary and opinion. Oh, I zoomed out. It says this. Despite the possible appearance to the contrary, at least for the scribe of option number 1, the composer did not intend any picture of polytheism in his rendering of verses 8 and 9. In fact, he likely thought of El and Elyon simply as 2 of Yahweh's titles as they are elsewhere in the Bible. Source. This is Mark Smith's work. What are we talking about here?
Can you go up and read the beginning?
I don't need to read the beginning.
Sa.neter, please. Please.
Hold on, let him finish. Let him finish.
You notice.
But hold on, Kassad. When the brother asks you to read the beginning, you should read the beginning, brother. Because maybe you might be missing something.
He's not understanding the point.
Because when I read the scriptures, what's the first thing y'all tell me to do? Oh, I'm gonna go up. We need to go up and get context. So that's what the brother's asking for context. Read up a little bit. What you scared of?
It says this. It says this right here at the top of the paragraph. It says,
Can you scroll up and read?
I'm at the start of the paragraph.
No, I'm not talking about the start. Can you scroll up? Can you
Get
scroll
the
up? Yeah. Scroll up and read this.
Expose
That's the start of the thought. This is the start of the thought right here.
All right, go ahead, Kassad.
What are you talking about? This is the thought right here.
Go ahead,
Even the older polytheistic worldview showed through Deuteronomy 32, 8 and 9, even enough to bother to describe option number 1. The composer of Deuteronomy 32 explicitly effaced this polytheistic notion that had been inherited from Israel old literary heritage by composing it with a clear monolatrous statement later in the poem. So he's literally telling you, for him to get that I've seen polytheism, that's not in the context of Deuteronomy. In the context of Deuteronomy, the scribe here is what's called monolatrism. We have one supreme entity that we worship without the disagreeing that other entities exist. It's never polytheism. It's monolatrism. Completely effaced, right? Explicitly effaced, meaning he completely erased this notion. Meaning he got rid of the polytheistic thought that they trying to put onto the text. It says this, despite the possible appearances. Notice, he keeps telling you, this is what I'm seeing, but that's not what the scribe is saying. Despite
all right, close it out. Close it down.
To the contrary, they wanted me to read the whole thing. Now I'm reading it. At least for option number 1, the composer did not tint any picture of polytheism with his rendering of verses 8 and 9. In fact, he likely thought of El and Elyon simply as Yahweh's title as they are elsewhere in the Bible. This is my one question. It says, and not as a separate God. The implied reference to the multiple divine sons likely do not bother the composer of the poem. In the wake of the identification of Elyon as a title of Yahweh, the divine sons are only implied in the text at best. If you're not showing me a primary, stop talking to me. Please.
If I may,
No, hold on.
I have a primary.
Everybody hold on. Everybody hold on. Morpheus, you got the floor.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, in the words of Malcolm X, you just been bamboozled. You just been tricked. You just been hoodwinked. When we ask for a primary, this is a primary.
There you go.
Gentlemen, this is what a primary looks like. So when we ask for a primary, this is what we're asking. What you just showed was commentary from a writer. And you said, I want
bad commentary at that.
You ain't showing me a primary.
I showed the primary.
Let him finish. Yo. You got to let him finish. Go ahead, Morpheus.
Nope. So again, ladies and gentlemen, in 2026, moving forward, we're going to stop this. When we ask for a primary, this is what we're asking for. We're not asking for someone's commentary. We're not asking for somebody's thought. We're asking for a primary. We do it all the time when we do with Kemet. Am I right or wrong? Right. So we say, hey, and we present the primary, and then we go from there. What this guy just did to y'all, he just showed you a bunch of ideas or somebody's comments and said, that's a primary. This is a primary. If you don't watch it, if you don't give me a primary, you don't talk to me. Well, they don't talk to us because you ain't showed not one primary. Not one.
Damn.
This is
I tried to tell you, don't do it, brother. I told you that.
Listen,
You're drowning, Kassad.
Can I get next, Si? I gotta get next. I gotta get next.
Ladies and gentlemen,
And can I speak after Humble?
Listen,
Shay, you killed him. You killed your whole thing. Killed him, and my brother's right. I like these brothers, yo. So I don't know where you get these younger brothers from.
I stay brought them over. That's what's up.
Bomb Squad, you got to bring them back, yo. I like them.
Yeah.
I like them. Moving forward in 2026, we stopping all the bull crap. Right, so you know, anytime we do that, if we talking to Brother Reggie, if we're talking to Songs, and we asking for primaries, they show the text, correct?
All the time,
every single time, right?
Yep.
Now, how come over here when my man is talking about primaries, he's not showing no primaries?
Terrible, bro.
Hey, let me tell there's some new sheriffs in town, They called the bomb squad, brother. So your pseudo squad better be up and ready, and don't bring those pseudos up in here. Let me go to Humphrey Skills.
Hey, you talking about Wssr? He's
I'm talking about these young brothers right here.
Oh, okay. So
remember when he was getting at you? This young brother right here.
Wssr, here's pseudo. I'll beat the brakes off.
Watch his mouth. What it do? So, Si, really fast, right? Now, I asked the brother to go up. I asked the brother, and I had the screenshot it. See, I don't really like doing this.
Right,
because
right.
I don't like
Good, man.
But I had the screenshot because I asked him to go up, right? And what he wasn't trying to read is it says, in these traditions of the old version, the divine founding of the older West Semitic tradition once served, once otherwise eclipsed by the Israel-specific founder traditions, even though the older polytheistic worldview. So basically, above what I was asking him to show was before we get this condense of what we call the Bible and this monotheistic framework, all of that was looked at as polytheistic. And his work just showed that. That's why he didn't want to read it.
Oh, man.
That's disingenuous, man. We got to stop that. I land my plane. Thank you, Si.
All right. Let me go to God Energy. Yo, man, I'm telling you, the bomb squad coming for the pseudo.
You don't know what the hype is, dude. Ain't nobody coming for me.
Peace, y'all.
Get this.
Have some discipline. It's all right. It's all right. It ain't gonna hurt, brother.
So let me get next, please.
I'm the OG. I'm the OG. But to what the brother's saying, right? What he's looking for, it doesn't disprove the point that's being made. He's looking for Yahweh to be mentioned in the Ugaritic text. But the evidence doesn't show that. And the syncretism that happens with Yahweh and El, it's not from the Ugaritic text. So you wouldn't find it there. And no one who puts that forth tells you to go to the Ugaritic text to find Yahweh there. So that's a straw man argument, you saying that Yahweh can't be found there. That doesn't speak to the topic of Yahweh being syncretized with El and Baal, for that matter. I make a comparison to, we know that Seth, Baal, and Ammon were syncretized in Egypt, but I don't need to look in the Baal cycle for Seth or Ammon. And this is the Ugaritic text that's in question, right? Where the Baal cycle is. And this book is called Stories from Ancient Canaan by Michael David Coogan, right? Here is a translation of the primary, right? So I don't need Seth and Ammon to appear in the Baal cycle for me to know that Seth, Baal, and Ammon were syncretized, my brother. And the Dead Sea Scrolls speaks to that polytheistic heritage that they used to have. The Dead Sea Scrolls, for a matter of fact, says that the land was apportioned in accordance to the sons of El. But when you get to the Septuagint, the land was apportioned to the angels. Then when you get to the King James, the land was apportioned due to the sons of Israel. So you see a reduction in the divinity as this translation process happens. That's called euhemerization, right? Where you take divinity and you lessen it to the human realm. That's what Ashe's whole presentation was about, that these ancient stories about gods were euhemerized and retold in the Bible as human people doing these things. That is called euhemerization. But for an example of the plagiarization, and I'm gonna land my plane with this, for an example of this plagiarization or this Canaanite heritage that the Israelites continued, right? You have, I'm going to read from the Baal cycle. It says, behold your enemy, Baal. Behold, you will kill your enemy. Behold, you will annihilate your foes. Eternal kingship, your dominion forever and ever. Now let's look at Psalms 92 and 9. Behold your enemies, Yahweh. Behold your enemies have perished. Evildoers have been scattered, right? Psalms 145 and 13. Your kingdom is an eternal kingdom. Your rule is forever and ever. So that is the type of plagiarism and syncretizing of the text that we are talking about here, where it says, behold your enemies, Baal. Then in Psalms, it says, behold your enemies, Yahweh. Then in the Baal cycle, behold, you will kill your enemies. Behold, your enemies have perished in Psalms. So this is the syncretizing of the text. And the scholars have pointed out, I'm going to land my plane, that this Psalms right here is a reworking of the Baal cycle, as I just read.
Can you show that book? Show that cover of the book, brother.
Yeah. This is Stories from Ancient Canaan by Michael David Coogan. I actually showed this to Nepal last time I was here. I was here for the Jabari Richard Carrier debate. And I showed this same book back then, and Nepal asked me to show it as well.
Energy, do you put together presentations?
I actually have a Cannanite presentation that I wanted to humbly ask you if I could present on here. But I have a Cannanite presentation ready.
Hell yeah. Hey, let me tell you something. Hey, Kassad, where you at?
I'm right here. I'm waiting to respond.
All right, you calling people out. Call this brother out, Kassad. Call him out.
Can I respond?
Call him out first. Oh, you ain't trying to call this brother out, Kassad.
He can get the
bomb squad. I got him.
Oh, man. Call him out. The bomb squad is in the building. All right, let me move on. Hey, God Energy. Put your number in the back chat, private chat, so I can contact you.
Yes, sir.
You got my email?
Yes, sir.
All right, you got my email?
Yes, I do. I have your contact information.
Yeah, hit me with the email so I can we can see when we gonna put that up here. All right, I gotta go to the pseudo squad right now, man. Let's go, man. You on the floor. We're gonna see what you got, man. You messing with this young energy up in the building.
Stop. What I'm saying is, don't play with me. I don't know what the fuck a pseudo squad is. I don't know.
Yo, you the first one that used profanity, brother.
You use profanity. You call me the pseudo squad. I don't know.
No profanity for real. Go ahead, brother.
Get the name straight though. Pseudo killers. Get that straight.
Yeah, pseudo killers. Now, my bad, brother. I ain't mean that. No, I ain't mean that. Serious.
Appreciate you, brother. So I'm gonna say like this. I know you do a lot of promotion and all that, and you hype up the young guys, and I appreciate you.
No, I'm not hyping them up. These brothers are on fire for real.
Okay.
It's real talk right here. Go ahead, you got the floor.
You sure?
I'm positive.
Okay. So what I'm gonna tell you is, we not fighting, we not boxing, and this is the issue with this community. The community think we're gonna get out there and put some gloves on, and the young guys got an advantage. They think we're gonna get out there on a track and race, and the young guys got an advantage. What I'm telling you is, in scholarship, in academia, in the world of thinking, young does not give you an advantage, not at all. Those who know their information has the advantage. And this is what I'm gonna say. I haven't even really listened to the young guys, right? I heard them talk. I see it, right? But then I would ask the question, what do those guys believe in? See, I'm gonna attack from a scientific aspect, because their religion ain't no better than the religion they're going against.
But they not dealing with religion.
Let me finish.
They're not religious, I mean.
Man, you helping them?
Not religious.
Are you helping them? Are you helping them?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
So we're saying, what do you believe in?
I'm non-religious. I consider myself a neo-Gnostic. Now, you being a scientist, you are. Hold on, stop it. You know, no, you don't do that weak stuff.
You gotta let them answer the question.
I don't have a religion. I don't have a religion. I don't have a God. I don't get that. I don't do that. I just wait.
You gotta let him answer the question, brother. You asked him a question, huh?
So I didn't ask for a lecture. I simply asked,
I'm finna tell you what I believe in, Negro. Let me do that.
Come on,
all right, no name calling, y'all. No name calling. We don't want it to get messed up. Because you did a good presentation, Ashe. I don't want
that,
brother. To get messed up.
No problem.
This is what I'm trying to tell you, bro. I don't need this man to come in with his tactic of domination, the mic. So what I just simply asked him, what does he believe? He either believes in God or he don't, sir. I don't need a 5-minute lecture from him.
Yeah, but you can't be scared of it.
I just want to tell you where I'm at with it, dog. And I consider myself a neo-Gnostic.
What the hell is a neo-Nazi, sir?
Now watch this. You being the scientific adept, you take the word Gnostic and you take coming from the word gnosis, not with the Greeks and the Christians, the word gnosis and what neo means. You put them together since you're the big dog and you're the big elder as far as scholarship in science. Put neo-Gnostic together and tell me what that means.
I just simply ask you what it means. I never heard it.
Oh, man, I told you, man. You better get Cedric up here, man.
So
better get Cedric up here with you, brother.
So basically, you think they weak? That's
no.
what you're saying right now.
Who, man?
They're weak and they can't defend their words because you keep jumping in.
I would like to respond.
Dominate the microphone.
I would like to respond.
I would like to answer Ank's question.
Oh, man, hold on, man.
I would like to answer the elder's question.
1 second. Right? It's proper. I asked the brother, I said, I never heard of that. Right? Since he liked to talk, explain what that means, sir. That's all. You could do that and educate us. Come on, man.
Neo just coming from the word, meaning the word new. And then Gnostic coming from the word gnosis, as far as knowing something. So I don't believe anything. You know, I have more of an up-to-date knowledge, which means my knowledge that I'm dealing with is not antiquated, elder. That's why you might be a little bit behind. You might be a little antiquated. You might be a little outdated. I ain't see you've been looking a little rusty too, huh?
So that's your job, though, right? That's your job to bring you information. So I'll ask this question, which would let me know if you're in any type of conversation. Do you agree with Charles Darwin?
And on what basis?
Man, I asked a simple question, bro. There is
no, I don't agree with Charles Darwin.
So sa.neter, get him out of here. He ain't at the level. I don't play with these kids.
Just because someone don't agree.
I'm moving next to the next guy.
All right.
I'm checking him.
All right, here go the next brother right here. Here go the next bomb squad, brother. Let's go. God energy.
God energy. Same question. What do you believe? And do you agree with Charles Darwin, sir? 2 questions. Go ahead, brother.
No problem. So 1.61 times 10 to the negative 35 meters is the Planck distance. And I start there as far as my take on everything in the universe and, spirituality and blase. So I happen to feel like I'm very scientifically inclined and physics based. I don't actually believe in like a deity or anything like that.
Talking about Max Planck. You talking about the Planck, right? Max Planck.
I'm talking about physics. Yes, I base my reality on physics.
Okay, so you try. Okay, so do you agree with Charles Darwin?
Charles Darwin said a lot of things. So what exactly are you saying? What are you asking if I agree with?
Charles Darwin theory of evolution.
No. I agree with the theory of evolution, but not exactly Charles Darwin's.
All right, no problem. Okay, you failed. Next. Who the next one on the bomb squad?
You can't do that, man. You're trying to say that Charles Darwin is right in everything, brother. No,
Darwin is cool.
Why do you think them guys do not have the will for all to handle this conversation? Why do you need to jump in? Maybe you don't understand, son. I know why I'm asking these questions. I'm trying to figure out where they need help at.
All right, go ahead, Easy Bands. Easy Band is a Christian. Ask him what he wants.
No. I want the bomb squad that you keep pumping up. Where the bomb squad at? Where they at? You the bomb squad, humble mystic?
Yeah, go ahead.
What's up with it?
How you doing, brother, man? Good to see the young brothers. 2 questions. What do you believe? And do you agree with Charles Darwin's scientific theory of evolution?
I'm more of a spiritualist. And no, I don't agree with Charles Darwin's specific theory of evolution. And if I may expound and tell you why.
Yes, sir.
Because in one of his writings, he was talking about the finches, right? And how when they was isolated, they started because of their beak size. He considered that evolution. Me personally, when we dive into science, I would consider that adaptation, not evolution. So that's why I don't agree with him.
Okay.
Thank you.
Failed. Who next? You failed. Who next?
I didn't fail. Actually, Charles Darwin failed when he called that evolution because he clearly didn't know enough about science.
Hey, young bro. Hey, young buck.
But you know, science updates though. Science updates.
Hey, young
you
buck.
know that, right?
I said you failed. Let's move next. I like y'all, but I'm telling you, failing. Think about it, yo. There's a hierarchy here. No, let me say this. Hold on, wait. I want to do this because I ran across young Pharaoh, right? And
after this, I would like to ask him a question.
Of course. And I'm saying is, I don't want to keep going through that with the young brothers, right? So what I'm saying is, I appreciate y'all. We need the young energy, but what we don't need is a bunch of young pseudos. So when I'm asking these questions, right? Listen, just hold on. I am telling you, right, based off of years of study, right, 200 years almost of understanding evolution and where it has brought us, right? If you're thinking that you're the level and you're denying Charles Darwin, yo, you still got a lot more to get. So
I got my
go
question.
ahead. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Question is, just because a lion migrate to the mountains, is that and adapt to that range and environment and become a mountain lion, is that evolution? Did that lion evolve into something else, or did it just adapt?
So your primary mistake here is not understanding material. So adaptation.
Answer the question. We answered your questions. Answer the question.
Look, what we're not going to do is cut each other off because I respect you, brother. I respect young brothers with some damn sense. So don't cut me off. I'm not going to be long with it. I'm going to respect you. I simply said that adaptation is part of evolution. That's all I'm saying. So if you keep saying adaptation but deny evolution, that means that there's a gap in your knowledge. And I'm going to tie it together for you. Okay? Now, to answer your question, if a lion go to the mountains, man, no. If a lion go to the mountains, it's not going to adapt. Evolution does not occur in one individual lion. Give me the next guy.
All right, let me go to Sankofa. Sankofa, what's up?
Hey, yo, Sai, you have an interesting power, Sai. You know what I'm saying? And so this whole presentation, you know, everybody was on this L joint. Nobody talked about the other issues Ashe brought up. You say one phrase, the bomb squad. And no, wait, Sai, just listen to this. Listen to this.
Go ahead.
Listen to this. Ankh is on this whole rampage right now for what?
Right.
Right. Like, what is this about? Like, this is not about this.
Right.
But no, Sai, this is something that's crucial. And that, like, you know, I don't come up all that often, but definitely watch stuff. And like people gravitate and then focus on the people you focus on. So you say bomb squad, all of a sudden now now we got to interrogate not the presentation, but now we got to interrogate belief systems, and not necessarily all belief systems. You don't elaborate. We're not even going to go into the full theory. You just don't agree with one thing, or you may not understand it. You fail. Like, that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? We're up here speaking one presentation. You know what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden you want to go on, brother Ankh, I'm going to call you out. You know, there's nothing. But you want to go on and try to do something?
I can handle it.
Man, I'm down with the bomb squad 100. I ain't trying to hear that. I'm with the bomb squad. I'm the OG, and I'm here with the bomb squad.
I say
it was a presentation.
There's a new jump in town.
Bomb his presentation if there's something with the presentation. You know what I'm saying? But now you're up here asking about belief systems that nobody's presenting. You know what I'm saying? Brother Ashe is not up here saying we all need to be Gnostics. We need to be neo-Gnostics. You know what I'm saying? Nobody said that. Like, you going on this whole thing when it's not necessary.
Hey, ain't nobody up here saying, yeah, we got to be monkeys. Come on, man.
Hey, Saul, so you're going to let Sankofa, watch this, Sankofa. Watch this, Sankofa. Based off what you just said and the way you just tweaked that, is Charles Darwin theory of evolution a scientific theory, and do you agree with it? Yes or no, brother? Don't play.
Did you watch the presentation?
I'm asking you a question.
Did you watch the presentation?
No, he didn't.
Did you watch the presentation?
Can you ask the question?
You said no?
No, I asked you a question first.
No doubt you did. No doubt you did. But you came up here inside a show.
That's not how
you came up here inside a show
about
plagiarism on the Bible.
I asked you a question.
You came up here on a show about plagiarism on the Bible. Right, but you're not controlling it. That's the thing.
Okay, that's fine. So basically, Sankofa, the answer is no.
No, the answer is not no. The answer is your behavior and your conversation is out of order.
Okay,
That's the behavior, and that's the conversation.
And completely non-cipher.
Hold on for a minute.
It's not even necessary right now. For some reason, Sa said bomb squad, and you got brittle.
Hey, Sankofa, since you just started watching sa.neter, I'm sorry you just started watching sa.neter TV. I've been watching it for about 20 years. And that's the order of damn business last time I checked. Routinely, people come up here and change the conversation in the middle of the conversation. So the fact that you will point me out means you got an itch. So I'm going to deal with that itch you got for me, brother, because I ain't tripping. I asked you a question, you didn't answer it. You know why you didn't answer it?
Call him out. Call him out.
No, because he's a damn pseudo. I heard
Call him out. Call him out and see if he's a pseudo.
I heard him. He's a pseudo. He ain't like them other young brothers. He's a pseudo. See, I think them other brothers can learn, but you're not only old, you don't know what the hell you talking about.
You just want you to blanket. Nigga, we gotta get out of here. I didn't sing too much. Niggas can't tell me nothing. That's why when niggas be talking tough, I said, man, just say it. I didn't sing all that. Niggas said he want to just go home.
Come up in here talking tough, baby. Call him out.
Hey, Scott, it's not that. I just want to say this. The questions I asked was very pertinent. You put a label on them brothers. You said they was the bomb squad and they was going to usurp.
I love that.
Pseudo killers. I like your marketing strategy, but guess what? The spot is safely fixed for the pseudo killers. Nobody can take out spot. What can happen is the next generation can add to pseudo killing. The next generation is supposed to be bigger and better. But the only way they can be bigger or better is not that they stare me in my face, is that they stand on my shoulders. If they could never stand on my shoulders if they don't understand the value of Charles Darwin evolution, that means they have not reached the level of thinking yet. And that's okay. It took me 20 years to get it. So I'm telling you right now, bro, they not ready for what I got to say or how I got to do it. But they will be one day.
Charles Darwin, your king.
I got a sister who will destroy him.
Can I respond, please?
Nah, hold on. Yo, is Charles Darwin your king, brother?
Charles Darwin is a scientist. Matter of fact, he's a naturalist, right? And what I'm saying is biological evolutionary science, right, has connected all of biology. And if you don't understand all of biology,
everybody hold on.
About anything.
Hey, I got a question for you.
Everybody hold on. Everybody hold on.
You know, you're not cutting but you're not doing this, sir. When I'm talking, you cut me off. What I said was that evolutionary biology connects all of it's all connected. And if you don't understand the connections, how can you talk about populations of human beings? How can you do any of these things? It's not going to occur. That's all.
I gotta let Sankofa respond. Sankofa, because he called out Sankofa. Yo. One at a time. I gotta let Sankofa respond. Go ahead,
Sankofa. Look at the narcissism that stepped into the room. You know what I'm saying? Why do we gotta stand on your shoulders, bro? You know what I'm saying? If you got something to say, something to teach and move on. Nobody's standing on your shoulders. Like, we stand together, family. You know what I'm saying? What is that standing on your shoulders thing, man? That's kind of wild, family. We can learn from everybody, bro. But you up here calling people pseudos. But what I wanted to point out was simply the power of the word from sa.neter. Sa.neter said one phrase, like Ashe said the phrase. Sa.neter then started pumping it up, and you got brittle on it. You know what I'm saying? Now I got to prove these people wrong because sa.neter said something. And now you got to go into their belief system.
True.
Not a presentation, but a belief system. Like, you went on this whole rampage for some reason, and that's wild, family. And you up here talking about, you got to prove it to me. Who are you, family? You know what I'm saying? You do your thing in your own realm and be respect to you for what it is, but nobody's got to answer to you. We come across our own knowledge and our own information in our own way. We build our temple the way we build our temple. You know what I'm saying? You disagree with it. Oh, well, you live your life. We live our life. But standing on your shoulders, getting your validation was not the reason for anybody's presentation.
So as all pseudos do, you have mischaracterized the conversation. Definitely. If you heard what I said was, at no point should those young brothers be staring me in my damn face. What they should do is stand on my shoulders. Now, what does that actually mean? That doesn't mean that I'm better than them. That means that I will make mistakes. And based off of the mistakes I make, since they're not staring in my damn face or kneeling at my feet, they will add to the package. But you can never add to the package if you don't understand the package. That is meant by that. You being a dedicated pseudo and everybody heard you refuse to answer the question, guess what? At least them young brothers got heart. You don't got no heart. Because if you had heart, you would answer the question. But if you answer that question, everybody will know that I already done picked you, bro. You are a pseudo. And you refuse to answer the question. And you make a wild dialogue. So guess what, Sankofa? Don't answer the question because you have no heart. Now, there you go.
I'm coming after yours. You up here thinking making this conversation wild, family.
You don't want.
Like you are controlling the conversation.
I'm gonna add to the conversation.
I'm gonna let everybody else speak because this is wild.
I'm gonna add to the
There's
conversation.
definitely no fear related to that.
I'm gonna.
I am saying you have taken this conversation off course and thinking that you can control. You even said, "Side, take Sankofa off the thing." Like you are controlling this show like it's your show. I don't know where that came from. But
hold on, one mic. Hold on, let him speak.
What I'm saying, you came up here controlling the show. That's what I'm responding to. I'm not going to be controlled by your question. You do not control me. And then good job that you don't control the show. I am saying you are out of order with your questioning. This questions and this presentation is about Ashe, not about anybody's belief system. Charles Darwin evolution, we can do a deep dive in another time. This is about what Ashe presented, and everybody was running on and on about El. You come up in here, and now you want to know something about nobody presented. That's your own personal thing because you're responding to what sa.neter said, and you got brittle on that joint.
All right. Hold on, because y'all gonna keep going back and forth.
I'm off. I want to deal with him. I'm done.
As one of the young brothers who was questioned.
As far as plagiarism in the ancient world, plagiarism is not what plagiarism is today. So if you're making that mistake, right, then it's a mistake. I'm gonna say it again. What we consider to be plagiarization or plagiarism is not what the ancient world thought, because they actually used plagiarism in the ancient world. Okay, so don't make that mistake. That is my add to the conversation.
So what is plagiarism according to you?
According to me, I would think stealing the writings of somebody, not giving them credit for it. But
that's what we said. We all said that, brother.
Hey, Saul, I'm telling you, bro, I will debate anybody on ancient plagiarism. Do not play with me. Remember, I'm the God killer. That's my job to know that, bro. Do not play with me. Don't play with me, Saul.
All right, I got to bring up another pseudo killer. He come in to defend his chief. All right, Cedric. What's up, Cedric?
You know I love you, sir. You're the best at what you do. But let me get straight to work. There's something about being committed to scientific literacy and approaching scholarship from a particular angle. Your presentation was on point. However, when you use words like plagiarism, then you're taking the ancient atmosphere out of context. Within anthropology, you look, first of all, the Israelites are Hebrews, are Canaanites. They speak the same language. They come from the same cultural and genetic family. That's number one. So when these people are separating themselves, becoming their own identity within that group, we are talking about cultural diffusion. This is not plagiarism in no sense of the word. This is a group of people that are sharing a common theme and a common philosophy. It would be like 200 years from now, considering hip hop from a different part of the world plagiarism. No, it was cultural diffusion. African American developed an art form that spread throughout the world. We would not use the word plagiarism in that sense. So that is the only pushback you're going to get. If you're going to be scientific, you require steps, and then you're going to look at things from a particular lens. Now, if you are arguing against a particular position in defense of your own spiritual concepts, then you're not engaging in a scientific discourse, right? So You have to pick and choose your battles. The question.
So Cedric, have the writers of the Bible plagiarized the Bible, or was it their stuff, or do you say that the Bible was plagiarized from different cultures and stuff like that?
At the point that you get to the Bible, for example, let's look at Genesis.
No, answer the question, brother.
That's not a straightforward question, and I never asked a faulty premise.
Why it's not?
Because it's a fault. Again, if you let me explain, you would understand.
Yeah, go ahead and explain.
At the point you see what the Bible is today, it's a compilation of ancient texts. It is simply put together within the concept of quote-unquote Christianity. Christianity is another developed form that came out of Judaism, right? You have the evolution of these things. You would not necessarily call it plagiarism or stealing. It's cultural diffusion. Today, if I write a particular...
Come on.
Can I respond to this one, sir?
That is the scientific terms. We are talking about synchronism. We're talking about cultural diffusion. I am a Canaanite. I have this belief. Tomorrow I decide, you know what, I'm going to become an Israelite. What is going to be the basis of my doctrine? Isn't it going to be the Canaanite culture?
Cedric, Unc have a book out. If I take Unc's book and I copy a whole paragraph from Unc and put it, hold on, and put it in my book, and don't let the people know where I got it from, and act like it's my own, are you telling me that's not plagiarism, brother? I didn't plagiarize Unc's work.
Who stole what from who?
I took it
Canaanite
from
from a
Unc.
Canaanite?
No, I took it from Unc and put it in my book.
I must stay in context. I'm a Canaanite.
Right.
I become an Israelite. What did I steal? I was a Canaanite.
No, I'm talking about the writers who wrote the story. Hold on.
You gotta stop.
Hold up. The writers who wrote the story. Didn't they see that story already? Hold on. They seen the story already, Cedric. So what they did was put it in the book. Oh, we're gonna use this. We might change this here or change that, but we're gonna use the same idea and the same story.
Sir, I was a Canaanite.
I got you.
I wrote the story over here. Now I decide, you know what? I'm a Hebrew. I'm separating myself from Canaanite, and I write a new story. What is the cultural container I am going to use? And is that stealing? No, it is cultural continuity. It is cultural diffusion. Each culture continues to evolve. There's no stealing. You look at the Bible as if it is one book. It is this story added, that story added, that story added, that story added.
You agree with that, you agree with him?
From the same people in the region. There's no stealing.
That's what it is. Hey, sa.neter, that's if you took my book and put in your book, that's plagiarism, bro, in 2026. But in the ancient world, right, it's called borrowing. They borrow back and forth. It's not a big deal. It's not based off of a singular writer or something like that, bro. And I'm saying, and if the brothers is seeking to reach the level, it's just called reuse. That's all it is. It's not a big deal. I'm saying they gotta be able to get past Bennett, Pastor Bennett. If they can't get past Pastor Bennett with that, what are we saying, bro?
All right. Let me get to the brother Ashe. Go ahead, Ashe. I see you want to get it out.
Yeah, bro. I've been trying to be patient. I'm really losing it. I'm losing a lot of patience with the entire stream because it's like, bro, stop, please. Hey, can you just go back to my slides and go to the definition that I already gave for plagiarism?
All right.
All of these pseudo goofies talking about definition of plagiarism. It's 3 different forms of plagiarism. Nobody said that yet. Plagiarism scholars. When I gave a whole 50 slide debate, and now I was trying to, you muted me, and I was trying to say, bro, like, I quit letting these goofies hijack my presentation with what they want to take from it. I ain't just get up here talking about Eucharit and Canaanite. Dude, what about the Mesopotamians I talked about, bro? So I can't stand dudes who get up here, they didn't watch this stuff, bro.
All right, where you at? Let's go.
The definition of plagiarism. It should be probably the second slide 3 or 2. Probably 3.
All right, there you go.
Say the plagiarism. What's happening right here? Plagiarism definition. Plagiarism is the act of presenting someone else's work, whether it be words, ideas, or intellectual property as your own without proper attribution or acknowledgement. It's considered a form of intellectual theft and a violation of academic and professional integrity. Is there any times right there, Sa, that say, man, yeah, and it's different when you're talking about antiquatal plagiarism.
Right. That's all
like,
made up, man.
Like these niggas, bro. These niggas don't run nothing. That's what I'm trying to. That's what Kyle's trying to say, bro. These not no big homies. They've been infiltrating the black conscious community for over 20 years. Ain't that what you just said? We need to get them out of here. Let's go to mosaic plagiarism, also called patch writing. It's academically dishonest borrowing, where you mix phrases, clauses, or sentences from various sources into your work, making minor word changes, synonyms, but keeping the original structure and meaning. What is wrong with y'all, bro? Like I didn't like what's happening. And then it's even worse. Once the first brother came up here and asked that, it should have ended right there, Sa. It should have been over right there. I think that was when the Rastafari brother came. He was like, bro, did you use the word plagiarization like to get our attention? Yeah, because what type of title is cultural diffusion of the Bible? Like, bro, you don't control what I do. That's why I'm a neo-Gnostic and you're antiquated. You don't run this, fam. You don't deal with it. You're not dealing with it how I'm dealing with it, and I'm not going to deal with it how I'm going to deal with it. When Ankh want to have a presentation, Ankh could get his old butt up here and do something, but he's not. Too scared, I think. Cats get up here and they act as if they're the authority over the conscious community. Like, bro, y'all not nothing. And that's respectively. Y'all not nothing, bro. You up here telling me about something you clearly don't even understand. You didn't watch my presentation and you already said that. I ain't watched a lot of the brothers. That was one of your first statements you made, huh? So get off my, you said don't say this, but Nepal said it to me 2 days ago. Get off my show if you ain't watching. Ain't no need of you being here for real. You just not adding on. You just here to hate. And we don't need that here in the black conscious community. That's one of the first rules that we go abolish. Allowing black old haters who mad because they antiquated. We getting them out of here. That's the first thing that gotta go. That's A. So when we get to talking about, okay, you said if I'm a Canaanite, how can I plagiarize a Canaanite? Are the Greeks Canaanites? Because I could have swore that that's where you get your New Testament from with the Christ story. Why are they pulling on Inanna? They're not fellow Semitics. Huh? What, with the Mesopotamians that I mentioned, are they Canaanites? No. So why are you trying to trying to trap me in a box in my own presentation like I don't know what I presented, man? You need to go back and watch it. I know what I said. I know what I read. Y'all real good at putting words in people's mouths. Y'all real good at trying to stir the narrative. Like it's not working today, family. It's not working today. I can pass the mic because I already know, bro. Y'all not working with nothing. Go ahead.
Hey, sa.neter, I'd just like to say this. You let this man call me out my name. So what I'm saying is he's officially on the list. He's a goddamn pseudo. I'm gonna beat the brakes out of this man. Matter of fact, his whole presentation is pseudo. Now I got to turn it down. I wasn't trying to do it. You started that shit, Saw. This nigga done stuck his chest out at the wrong nigga at the wrong time. Son, you ain't ready. I'm gonna son your little ass. Since you won't be tough, you won't
set it up. Set it up.
Call me all that, nigga. I got
Yo, shout the season, man.
Listen, he been having an itch for me. I came in peace with him.
Call him out, call him out.
No, hey, bro, the nigga is too young for me to call.
Nah, don't do that, brother. Don't do that, nah.
You know what, yo? You made me break young Pharaoh's spirit, yo. I'm not trying to break his spirit.
His brother's built different, though. He's different.
No, anytime he called me a goofy, he don't know.
I don't believe in aliens, bro.
Yo, no, listen what I'm saying, yo. Anytime he has looked at the work that I've done over the last 15 years and then call me a goofy, he a damn pseudo. He can't fuck with me.
Damn.
Hey, bro, I heard them brothers. Hold on. I heard all them brothers. And you know what I said? I'm going to put you to the side with it. I say, man, I like them brothers right there, yo. I say, yo, if they stay in training, like I gotta stay in training, I say, yo, they gonna get what they need to get to. If I stay in training, I'm gonna get what I need to get you. I didn't son them, bro. I like that intelligent conversation they bringing. But this one right here, yo, I got to cut the head off the snake. That's what I'm saying. You go, I tell you what, yo, in 2026, yo, it's me and you, bro. Get ready, yo. You go pick.
Just know I'm a Leviathan. We got 7 heads. You go cut one, it's another one just go come, bro. It's like the Hydra.
I don't care about them other niggas. If they ain't got the knowledge, they ain't got it. What that mean? We ain't fighting, remember? We
my whole crew more equipped than you.
No, they not. Yo, do you know? Bro, listen. If you can't look at the work I did with Wssr and say, yo, I respect him. I might not agree with the shit he's saying, but I can respect him. But the fact that you disrespectful, yo, you unarmed, bro. You don't get knocked out.
You had some straight presentations through the years. Don't get me wrong. You had some straight presentations, but dig this. You admitted out of your own mouth. I got you on video out of your own mouth saying, yeah, I was pseudo back in the day. I was pseudo back in the day. So if you talking about your work over the years, you even professed out of your own mouth that you was with the pseudo team back in the day.
I know.
What you in the Wapian?
No, bro. Listen to what I'm telling you, yo. Listen, I'm saying is if you have not conquered your pseudoisms, you're not ready for me yet. You don't got enough fights under your belt. You're gonna get
Have I presented a pseudoism?
And I'm saying, yeah, the slide you just presented only fits for modern times, and you don't understand it. I will debate you on that. You tripping right now. I'm not trying to son y'all, bro. I think y'all got a fighting chance to separate yourself from the pseudos. But you fighting me, yo? Me? Oh my God. And then
I gave you the definition. You fighting the definition.
Nah, you came in with boxing gloves on, brother.
You came in calling everybody pseudo, man. You came in like that, Unc. You came in calling people names.
Hey, Sa, if I could just get in real quick, Sa.
You came in like that, fam.
Who is that?
This humble. Let me.
All right, humble. Let's go. Humble. Cut your camera on. I gotta see you.
Hold on, I gotta respond after that.
Sa, I've been waiting this whole time. Literally, everybody else didn't win except for me.
Yeah, let them young fighters go. Let them get in.
All right, humble. Want to say something real quick? Go ahead, humble.
All right, I just want to say this, right? Because yeah, we knew the side, but we've been doing this for a long time, right? On other platforms, really bringing that heat, really bringing that information. We got the guy, Cosmic Sankofa, Big Brother Ashe, you know, me, Brother Humble Mystic. We got presentations. We got debates on our belt. We do this. We not just some people coming unequipped with knowledge or we got to learn it. No, we already know. That's why we here. We already know. I just got to say that, sir. I appreciate that.
Yeah, say it. Let them know. Let them know.
Hey, listen, y'all come rock with us. Y'all come rock with us on Bigo.
Hey, humble.
Y'all come rock with us on Bigo.
Yeah, let them know. There's a new sheriff in town, young man. That's it.
Hold on. Can I speak my piece as well?
Hold on. Let God Energy speak. Go ahead, God Energy.
Yeah, I tried to jump in as one of the young brothers that was questioned. Hold on, because what my brother Cosmic was saying was true because it was a little disingenuous. I do believe in the evolution of humans from the Homo heidelbergensis, Homo juluensis, Homo naledi, the Jebel Arud findings that they just had. So the procession of evolution of the hominin and hominid species, that is something I subscribe to. But the way you questioned me, you tried to put me in a box as if I'm against those things. And I completely support the evolution of the hominin species and the evolution of all biological entities. I deal with haplogroups. So when you deal with haplogroups, you automatically have to adhere to those scientific things. And I tried to clearly communicate that to you, my elder. So it was disingenuous how you came at us, but we could build on the hominin species because I support that and I know you support that. So I could be an ally to you better than an enemy. But if you want to be enemies, I mean, come on, man.
Topic right quick.
All right, hey, hold on. Hey,
you cannot let that slide like that, though.
You gotta hold on, Kassad, if you want to get into these type of conversations, you got to evolve. You got to elevate your knowledge, brother. You got to put the Bible down for a minute, get into some real information and some real knowledge, brother. Not no make-believe stuff, Kassad. because you on the outside, man. You can't really hang with this type of platform right now. You can't hang with this. It's like you in the playpen right now with the babies.
Can I say something?
What you want to say?
Yeah, you gonna make
the topic kind of did change when Unc came.
Yeah, the topic changed.
But they addressed me before he went, and then you made me wait for everybody else to go, and they responding to each other, and I still haven't went. It's like you make me wait to respond to them and let everybody go, but they got to go back and forth.
Yeah, but I'm getting ready to let our Shay close out because we got 4 hours in. But
So can I speak too, bro?
They saw the man make one statement, yo. Hold on.
Yeah, let's do the closeouts.
Yeah, we gotta do the closeout.
This guy said he agrees with the hominids, right? He could be an ally to me, and I'm telling you, you cannot be an ally to me messing that up right there. We will fight like cats and dogs. You can only be an ally to me if you understand what you just said. Charles Darwin made a scientific prediction that one day we would find the daggone ancient hominids. So if you do not agree with Charles Darwin, then you do not agree with the very field that he spawned based off his scientific theory. We don't even know that hominids evolved, brother. Until we understand Charles Darwin. You cannot separate the two, bro. I'm going to say it again. Without Charles Darwin, we do not understand how those hominids evolved. He made a scientific prediction before anybody found the ancient hominid that we would find them one day. So, my man, with adaptation, bro, I know you've been boxing and all that, but if you ain't took your game on the road, yo, you don't know if you tight or not. I'm saying my game travels well. All right. So I'm telling you, you beat. Adaptation is the core part of evolution, and Charles Darwin allows us to understand hominid evolution.
All right, hey, God Energy. Send me something in the email so I can, we can get together.
Yes,
I want everybody to know I got to close out right now. We got 4 hours in, and I say you got the floor. Close us out, brother.
Oh, I say, man, I thank y'all for the presentation. Thank y'all for all the brothers who came in support. I thank you for all the brothers who came and hated too. You can when I ain't on side, you can catch me over on Bigo. Probably got the Ring of Fire with a ID named Wild Mac. Or you can catch me on my own, running my own panel as well, Wssr set on Bigo. You just put that in. You can chop it over with me probably about 10 hours out the day, maybe 8 hours of the day. You can catch me online giving lessons and giving breakdowns. So, same thing for Brother God Energy, Humble Mystic, Cosmic Sankofa. All us, we really going hard in this academic realm, man. So, yeah, definitely come get updated on the debates we already got. Come get updated on the presentations we already presented. This is not an exclusive. I'll land there. Thank you all.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank y'all, man. And let me go ahead. You can find your way out, Ashay. You can find your way out. Let me get with my brother here. We're gonna close this thing out here. And I'm gonna ask you, Elder Suntan.
Yes, sir.
What do you think about these young brothers? What do you think about what you heard today? What do you get out of that?
Well, I think it's great, man, because the young folks is the future, right? If we get a hold of what they talking about, man, we can sit here and we can learn from them because they got more power to this stuff. As far as their energy and their mind, we's not over the hill, but we still here. So the younger generation gonna carry on, so when we passed away. So I like it. I like it a lot, and I'm not here to criticize nothing. I'm just here to.
And that's what I be trying to get Unc to understand, man. Unc, you need to understand. You ain't got no movement if you ain't got these young boys. every time I go to these functions and these rallies, all you see is old people, brother. There's a new sheriff in town, Unc, and you're gonna have to cope with it. You're gonna have to understand. Either roll over. Or just back up out the way, man, because they coming through, man, with guns blazing. With intellectual guns blazing, brother.
Hey, guess what, Saul? I forgot. You didn't know I had the college students on my side, the young ones. You didn't know that? Yeah, I got the engineers. I got the young scientists on my side. I'll blow them away, yo. You tripping, dog. Right. There's no movement without the young people, right? But there's no movement with dumb young people.
I know how to get Unc to turn up. I know how to get Unc to turn up, man. For real. Yeah, man.
Yeah. Hey, yo, round them up and watch me shoot them down one by one. Go ahead.
Y'all gotta know I'm an Aries, so My man, Brother La says, "So I like this." You're right. I like this. I like it when they get pumped up and go in.
That's
So,
right.
yeah, man, I'm an Aries.
Why would you pick young brothers, right, against clearly a goddamn standard around here? But I gotta say it. The team represents the standard of where we need to be as African Americans, or whatever the hell you. Why would you push them up against that? I'm here so they can learn from me and be better than me. Like Diop's, I stand on his shoulder, not because I listen to everything he say. It's because the wisdom that he had and the scientific accuracy that he brought changed the damn community. So I stand on his shoulders. That's not little boy and nobody. The problem is when people sit at the feet of the elders. See, if you sit at the feet, then really you have not progressed.
But see, these young brothers feel that in order to build with you first, you got to come down off your high horse, and they are the ones that bring you down first.
You know what,
they are the ones that pound you down into the ground and then pick you back up. And maybe you can join the bomb squad.
Hold on,
Let me say this to you. I told you.
Hold on, man. Maybe you could join the bomb squad when they pick you back up, brother.
Hey, you're right. I'm on Mount Olympus, nigga. Tell them to come up to Mount Olympus, nigga. That's where I'm at. Mount Olympus. Get that.
I appreciate. Listen, Unc, I appreciate everything you do. And like I was telling you the other day, man. Everybody is not scientific. You can't go into people's paradigm trying to move around furniture. Like I said, this presentation was on one thing, and you came with the scientific and literary, which is great. It's great information. However, everybody's not scientific. Everybody got a lane. We kicked it yesterday. So let's keep it 100. Let these boys roll, man.
Hey, Santan, no, I came with the historical academic accuracy on what plagiarism meant in 2026 and what it meant.
Nah, you were wrong. You were wrong, though, brother. You were wrong.
So why don't you get somebody to debate me then, Saul?
What you call that test?
I'll do that.
Yeah, get somebody to debate me. If plagiarism is the same thing as that, go ahead, Saul. Come on,
do your
Saul.
literacy. What you call that test you do?
I gave it to them and they all failed it. They failed it though. They failed it.
What you did.
I did. All right.
You know I know.
All right, so yo, we out. Peace, y'all.
Peace, man.
All right, Saul. Appreciate you, bro.
All right.
Stay behind them young brothers, yo. I think they're good for the channel, yo.
Yeah, we out. Peace.
Oh, it's the litmus test,
I knew it was.
The HOK is the toughest environment. And or at your own risk is the toughest environment. The HOK is the toughest environment. Yeah, stay strong, don't cry. It's the toughest environment. No handouts here. You have to earn your respect. And when you do, you make they ass regret. They call it the toughest.
You hear that? You hear that, Unc? See, that's why I put that lyric right there. No handouts here. You got to earn your respect.
That's right. So that means you gotta.
You make their ass regret. See that? So ain't no handouts here, bro. They got to earn their respect, and that's what they doing with y'all. See, if it wasn't you, it could have been somebody else come up in here. It's not personal. You got to earn your respect on the HOK. That's all it is, man. Listen to the lyrics, man. Listen to the lyrics, man. See, you ain't know I can write a little like that.
The HOK is the toughest environment. And or at your own risk is the toughest environment. The HOK is the toughest environment. Yeah, stay strong, don't cry. It's the toughest environment. No handouts here. You have to earn your respect. And when you do, you make they ass regret. They call it the toughest. And the title is earned from the bridges we crossed and the lessons we learned. In a cool-blooded kingdom, a concrete cage. Muslim, Christian, Israelites step on the stage. I dare you, I dare you, I dare you, I dare you. In a cool-blooded kingdom, sa.neter created. HOK, where you can't fake it. The HOK is where you fight back. No room for error, no window attack. It's a masterclass, how you handle the heat. Where the pedigree is written on the concrete streets. Toughest environment, yeah, we know the score. war, locked in on debate and asking for more. The HOK is the toughest environment. Enter at your own risk, it's the toughest environment. The HOK is the toughest environment. Stay strong, don't cry. It's the toughest environment. Yeah.
I never said it wasn't AI music. I said it was my lyrics, man. I never said I'm singing a song. What you think? I'm up there singing a song? No, that's not me singing. That's me writing the lyrics and having them sing the song. Come on, man.
Come on,
I did two versions, man. Come on, man. Where's the other version that's I know y'all hating. Y'all hating on the pen game, man.
Hey, so you know what a good discussion would be?
What's that?
How do you deal with the young generation? There has to be a sweet spot, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know how they deal with it in science and academia. They don't care what age you are. It's not even based off your age.
Right.
The subjects we talking about is not actually based off your age, y'all. And that's, that's what we get tricked at. Remember young Pharaoh, he young. It's not about how old or young you are. It's about, can we support what you're saying? Can we look it up? Can we fact check it, right? Can we put it through the scrutiny? Okay. That's what we looking for. Because if that's the case, the young people gonna always win. They young, they know it. This
is how you handle them. Dr. Reggie, and I know Brother Live, and Miss Nicole, they love Brother Reggie. You love Brother Reggie. Unc, Garfield, Morpheus, y'all got to come down off your high horse. And if you don't, these young bulls is coming to take it. Simple as that, man. Y'all got to come down and allow them to go in and stop calling them pseudos. Because when you do that, they coming for you. Reggie, they coming for you, Reggie.
So you know what's funny?
Bomb squad. I'm down with the bomb squad. We coming, man. We ain't playing, man.
You know what's funny, Saul?
What's that?
Listen what I'm saying, yo. You keep setting these people up to get beat down. Yo. You know how long I've been beating? Do you think about this, yo? I'm like an old warrior, yo, that fought against the Romans, then fought in World War I, then World War II, then fought in the Vietnam War, then fought in the streets of Baltimore. I'm like the Highlander or some shit like this. Like, I don't mean to cuss. But think about that, bro. Like old is not a disadvantage in academia and in science. It's really an advantage.
You got to pass the baton, brother.
No,
pass the mic, man.
You got to take it. Nobody.
That's why they're coming to take it. That's right. Why you got to come take it.
Right.
No.
Hey. Good business, baby. Set them up. Good business, baby.
No, I ain't gonna set them up.
You got to set that up. Bomb squad it up.
All right. With that, we out.
I'm gonna go live.
Exit yourself, brother.
I'm gonna go live too.
Go ahead. Go live.
I'm gonna go live, yo. I like what the sister said. She said, "Don't sound bitter." Yeah, I'm actually not bitter because when I hear it, I know what I'm listening for. Never bitter.
But you are sensitive, though.
But I can't let a pseudo slide through and get y'all for another job.
You are sensitive, though, brother.
Nah, I ain't sensitive.
Yes, you are. Come on, everybody know.
No, I ain't
everybody knows you are.
I just care.
Sankofa had to take his belt off today.
Sankofa.
I ain't never seen Sankofa do that.
Yeah, I ain't never seen Sankofa scared to death to answer a question, huh? He wouldn't answer that question, would he?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder why he wouldn't answer that question. So get him. Get me and Sankofa in a normal discussion about anything. Go.
All right, yo, I'm out, man. Peace, brother. Exit. Find your way out, man.
All right, man.
Before Knob hit you with a good Lord split you, brother. There you go. We out of here.
The HOK is the toughest environment. Enter at your own risk is the toughest environment. The HOK is the toughest environment. Stay strong, don't cry, it's the toughest environment. No handouts here, you have to earn your respect. And when you do, you make their ass regret. They call it the toughest. And the title is earned from the bridges we crossed and the lessons we learned. In a cool-blooded kingdom, a concrete cage. Muslims, Christian, Israelites, step on the stage. I dare you, I dare you, I dare you, I dare you. In a cool-blooded kingdom, sa.neter created. HOK, where you can't fake it. The HOK is where you fight back. No room for error, no window attack. It's a master class, how you handle the heat. Where the pedigree is written on the concrete streets. Toughest environment, yeah, we know the score. Locked in on debate and asking for more. The HOK is the toughest environment. You're at your own risk, it's the toughest environment. The HOK is the toughest environment. Stay strong, don't cry, it's the toughest environment.